Oh, hello, hello. Hold on, give me a second. I seem to be missing. There I am. Right. Hello. Good evening. How you all doing? Yeah, we're playing Mirrors tonight. This could go pretty badly though, because let me tell you a story first. The emulator for this game, like the emulator for PC-88 that this game and the translation team recommend that you use, for some reason runs like absolute shit on my current build, my current PC build. Like for some reason the emulator, if it's run on anything bigger than like the 1x window size, the frame rate like drops like a stone. It's really, really bad. It wasn't like that the last time we played Mirrors, but I theorized that the last time I played Mirrors was when I actually had the older PC configuration, so the Intel Core i7 7700K and the RX 580. And so I did a little test of this emulator. I actually ran Boot Camp to install Windows on my work Mac because it's an Intel Mac. And then I tried the emulator on that, and for some reason it works perfectly fine on that. Like 1x window size, it's like full speed. Then I doubled it to like 2x window size, it works absolutely fine. Tripled it, still absolutely fine. Full screen, absolutely fine. I'm thinking, okay, so let me just try something else instead. So on my current Mac, the M2 Max, I installed Wineskin and then installed the emulator into a wine wrapper and tried it, and it's absolutely fine. And it's still absolutely fine even when it gets scaled up to the M2 Max's maximum resolution, which is like 4K. So I'm like, okay, so this probably has some weird Intel fuckery in it, which is why it's not working on my current PC, because my current PC is an AMD CPU. So it's like, why the hell is it not working? So in order to play this game, or any PC-98 game in the future, I'm not going to be able to use that particular emulator, which sucks because that emulator also has a Textractor hook in it. So I need to actually figure out why it's still doing that. I still think it's got something to do with AMD and Intel CPUs and the fact that it works absolutely fine on an Intel Mac and also absolutely fine being run through a Wineskin. Which is how we're currently running it at the moment. I'm running it through Wineskin on my MacBook Pro. The only other problem is that it uses number keys to save, so I've had to go and buy like a mini keyboard, just the number pad part of the keyboard, which I've plugged into my Mac, and it works fine. So we are running this game through all sorts of random nonsense compared to the last time we played Mirrors, which was like over a year and a half ago. But it looks like it runs fine because I've been testing it the past few days just to see how the game runs. The number pad, USB number pad, works absolutely fine. The emulator seems to work really well. Like I said, this is full screen and it's like full screen 4K, so it's like, okay, let's just roll with it. We'll see what happens. If it decides to explode midstream, then we'll probably go back to World of Horror. But I'm hoping we can actually play through a little bit of the ending in this game. What's up, batteries? What's up, Sword Farm, Gabra Tips? Yes, we are gonna have a little bit of fun. I wanted to play this like quite a while ago, but like I said, we've had some setup issues. It's not the 98, it's the 88. So just double check my stream information. Yep, PC-88. So yes, this game's great though. I freaking love this game. Like I said, we've played through all 5 of the endings before. But it'll be nice just to run through this very quickly and see where we get up to. I'm not too bothered about playing through all the endings again because I still have the VODs for that, but we will play through whatever ending we play through. And if we've got any time, we'll probably have a look at some other ones. We'll see what happens though. This game is infamous for having a lot of loading though, so you might have to wait a little bit for things to actually happen. All the deep, yeah, so yes. Yes, we have all of the endings already, I know. So, But it seems like it works absolutely fine. You can probably hear the disk access clicking. I've left that on the emulator just so you can actually hear what's going on. It looks like it looks okay as well, so... Yeah, all of this nonsense just to actually get this game to work, so... Current MacBook Pro with HDMI out in 4K, and a USB number pad, running an PC-88 emulator in wineskin. Oh god. All this just to play what is probably one of the best games like out there in terms of narrative. Like, it's a very simple text adventure game, Mirrors. And some of you probably already remember what it is, how it plays, and the general story behind it. But I don't know, it's just one of those games which you have to play through like every so often, just because it's interesting, like the entire storyline. Everything that goes on it, it's great. And I think this was on FM Towns as well. I don't know how the FM Towns version is. Was it FM Towns? It's definitely it's on one of the other like computer systems. Might be the 68K, it might be FM Towns, I'm not entirely sure. This one though runs off CD. Like all the data is like copied to floppy disks from a CD, so you actually have better music in this one compared to the other computer formats. The disc in drive 1 is the main disc, disc in drive 2 is the game disc. Don't forget to write their names on them. You're going to get the full unskippable intro as well. I don't actually have any seek lights on the emulator at the moment, so I can't tell if anything's happening. Let me know if the audio levels are okay as well. White room. White, a white time. Familiar stone pavement from the town I grew up in, Bay Area. My usual keyboard out the way, actually. Time keeps flowing, I'm surrounded by fog. I run from who or what, I don't know. Didn't catch it. Elena Vision. They even have their own logo. Run, run. Who is this shadow? Being chased by some crazy guy with a knife. Hi, Winds. Good evening. Who is trying to kill me? I don't know. Yeah, you wouldn't think this is PC-88 though. Looking at it, like, just like on the surface. Keep running, the footsteps are coming. Shadow of the killer carrying a knife is reflected in the mirror. Yeah, so this was actually translated by a group called Nebulous. They've done quite a few game translations in the past, but I think this was their first PC-88 one. It's really good though, like the translation we've seen already is like top notch. Like there's very little errors that I've seen the last time we played it. It would be, yes. What's up, Crunk Man? How you doing? All right. It is a game that's based on like the floppy format though, so it probably will take a while for stuff to load, unfortunately. There we go. Lovely. Ugh. Click, 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 click. Any minute now. Yeah, this game is pretty infamous for the loads, though. It's anything about floppies. Because it uses CD to load all the data onto the floppies and then runs the floppies themselves. And it also streams some of the music, I think, as well off CD. Again, this is probably why, like, at first glance, you wouldn't think this was a PC-88 game, because PC-88 tends to have, like, a very typical visual style that is quite recognizable. This looks more like a 98 game or an X68K game than PC-88. What's up, First World? Good evening. Alright. So the basic premise of this game is that our character, the lead singer of an indie band, is having nightmares. Like, and has been having nightmares for quite some time. David Astley, he's called. David woke up screaming, his body covered in sweat. It was that goddamn nightmare again. I've been having these nightmares since I was a kid and I still can't get used to it. What's bothering me is they've been getting more and more realistic as I grew up. I've even been having them more frequently. I need to turn it down on my side because it's actually quite loud. Give me 1 second. Otherwise you'll be able to hear it through the microphone. There we go. It's better. If this keeps up I might actually die for real. Maybe I really need a shrink. What's up, Gundam? Not quite that. Might be related to Rick Astley. That's what David thought every time he had one of his nightmares. Guess I'll take a shower. He thought he'd feel better if he could relax under the hot water for a while. So, like most text adventure games, this game has branching pathways. Luckily you can save like to multiple slots. The original game I think only had like 2 or 3. But the translation version actually edited so you have like 9 save slots to work with, like numbers 1 to 9 on the keypad itself. You need to make full use of all of the save slots in order to see everything in this game. Yeah, the color palette does give it away a lot. I think it's a great game though. Like, you do still get like artwork like this with the very heavy dithering in it, but compared to what you would normally consider PC-88 games, in terms of visuals, this is like nothing like it at all. Anyway, today's the day, huh? My first European tour. David was the vocalist of Velino Vision, an up-and-coming rock band of the UK indie scene. That would have been their first tour of Europe since their debut 1 year ago. Trap was playing Onryo Senki the other day actually, which is another game made by Studio Wing, the developers of this game. Looks pretty good though. David sat on the sofa holding a cold bottle of mineral water. Right, so this is a branching system here. 9 times out of 10 it's just like very linear, but there are certain like areas in the game where it will branch quite significantly, which is why you need to save. To save in this game, though, of course, you press escape when you get to one of these like select your option type bits. You press yes, and then you select what number pad button you want to put in. We're going to go from the top down just to make sure that we've got all of our save slots alright. There we go, yeah. Sometimes it takes a few seconds to do that, and I never really know if the number pad is working or not in this. Right, okay. So, most of the time though, it's just you have a look around, and then once the options are exhausted, then it'll progress in a more linear fashion, I think. But for the most part, this is fine. So we'll look around the room first. It was a simple room for a famous musician, clean and tidy. Yeah, so that's okay. Think about the European tour. Phew! How am I supposed to go on our tour when I feel like this? No, I can't act like a wimp now. I have to man up. It's still early. I'll watch some TV. Yeah, so you can actually watch the TV. Always just make sure you save it, just to be sure. No, I'm not a pianist. No, he's a rock band. So, huh? No public broadcasts during the day. What do I even pay taxes for? A horror movie at this time of the day? Yeah, I've seen this one. The music. Let me just turn it down because it looks like it might be peaking ever so slightly. There we go. A horror movie at this time of day? Yeah, I've seen this one. It's in John Friday the 13th, yes. Absolutely peak content, yes. Especially at this time of the day. Compared to my usual nightmares, this feels like a comedy. And then the news. Involved in a traffic accident this morning in Richmond Road, Kingston upon Thames, the woman was brought to the nearby Castle Hospital, was declared dead on arrival. What was that? Overlord, thank you for the resub. Thanks for the 14 months. Yes, we're playing Mirrors. Yeah, thank you for the year plus 2 months. Much appreciated. Yes, involved in a traffic accident this morning in Richmond Road, Kingston upon Thames. The woman was brought to the nearby Castle Hospital but was declared dead on arrival. Name was Claire Stark, 21 years old. She was the manager of Eleno Vision, a recent rock band contracted with Views label. Welp, our manager is dead. That sucks. Car accident, looks like she plowed into the back of a truck by the look of it. Wait, what? Are they talking about Claire? The band was supposed to begin their European tour tomorrow. Views label refused to make any statements. Bing bong. Moshi mosh. The phone rang. It was a call from Martin, a fellow band member. Talk to Martin. Martin Vincent. David, I heard from production. It's about Claire. She's... Yeah, I just heard on the news. Talk to Martin. They said she caused the accident. What? But she was never that careless before. She's 21, of course she is. I know, what are we gonna do now? Our tour was supposed to start tomorrow. I know production has been working hard on that front, but it doesn't feel right now. Have you heard from the others? Is this repeating this one, is it? I'm gonna call them now. Can you come to the office? Energy, what's up? Yes, see you there. Okay, so we skipped out on one bit, but that's fine. It's too early for branching at this point in time anyway. Think about the accident. I should go to the office for the time being. As I can repeat, is it? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, very linear still though. David drank his mineral water down in one gulp and hurried to the Views label office. View's label had been founded 2 years prior. It started by investing in minor bands without sparing resources. It had since become an exemplary label of the European indie scene, organising major events and achieving sales numbers comparable to a major music label. Yeah, the music! Music is always good in this game, like. Anyway. Okay. Look at Kate's expression. Let me just plop the sync down. Probably rebind Y to something I can actually access. Put on this one. Let's start with this one. Kate, the receptionist, usually wore a bright smile on her face, but she was unable to hide her sadness at the news of Claire's death. Talk to Kate. David, it's Claire. She's... I know, I heard from Martin. Yeah, so the first option is just repeating for now. Okay, so... She was so looking forward to the tour. Oh god, why did this have to happen? You said it. Claire was working so hard for the tour, she barely had any time to sleep. We'll have to talk to Richard about our plans. Gloobers, what's up? Yes, exactly. The president left in a hurry a few moments ago. He looked like he had something on his mind, but he didn't say anything. Guess I'll have to wait for him to come back. Try to cheer up, okay? I'll try. Thanks, David. David entered the office. Scream hasn't happened yet. So look around the office. View's label office was in an uproar. The loss of a talented woman like Claire was a terrible blow for an indie label. Just repeating. Save down every opportunity just to be absolutely sure. Told the staff. Yeah, it's all very linear here though. Where is everyone? Ah, David! They're waiting in the studio. Got it. Only Martin and Andrew were inside the studio. Look at them. They were having trouble coping with Claire's death. We'll start with Andrew. Andrew Baker. Alan isn't here yet. The president ran off somewhere. I don't think the tour is going to happen at this point. Where's Alan? Keep talking to Andrew. Don't lose heart, Martin. The president will think of something. You're too optimistic, Andrew. If the tour isn't a success, the media will destroy us. The band will be over. Hasn't ruined the word cope. Guys, this isn't the time. Now this is repeating. Yeah. Right, so the next one. We can't think about the tour now, David. What's wrong, Martin? You don't look well. Yeah, you're looking a little blue? Maybe we should delay the tour by a week. Cheer up, Martin. Maybe we should delay the tour by a week. Yeah, so it's just repeating. We'll probably have to speak to Andrew again. Not this again, you're way too worried about our reputation, quote unquote. Hmm? Someone's coming. Alan rushed in. Alan Steibel. He was the most technically skilled member of the band. He was behind the arrangement of most of their songs. Fana. Sorry I'm late. I was working on the sampling source disc for the tour. I still can't believe Claire is. That's all of us, excluding the president. Ah, looks like he's back. Richard, the president and producer, entered the studio. Richard Edlund. You're all here. Good. Come to the meeting room. We have to talk. A young lady was waiting inside the room. Look at the other members. They're waiting for the president to start talking. Yes, it's still very linear at this point. It's been a tough day for all of us. Allow me to make the introductions. This is Susanna Ling, your new manager. Doesn't look Asian enough to be a Ling though. Nice to meet you, Alino Vision. I'm Andrew Baker. It's my pleasure. I'm Alan Steibel, in charge of arrangements. Sus Anna. I'm the composer, Martin Vincent. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Look at the other members. Waiting for a president to start talking. Talk to the others first. I think Richard will advance it, so the tour will start tomorrow as planned. Yes, we should be fine now. Seriously? That's the president for you. Where did you scout her from? I didn't scout her actually. She's been meaning to join us for a while now, and she officially joined the company the day before yesterday. Well, we have a new manager now, so we should be fine. This is good, isn't it, David? Let's talk to Richard first. Any questions? No, really. Talk to Sus Anna. She just happened to join us before Claire's death? How convenient. Maybe you planned all of this, even her accident. Dude, what the hell? What is wrong with you? David, you can't take it out on her. What happened to Claire was an accident. It's not Susanna's fault. Apologize now. Sus Anna. I wasn't thinking straight. I'm still worked up about Claire's accident. I'm sorry, Susanna. What's up, Cyber Angel? Someone has the paranoia curse. Just a tiny bit accusatory, yes. Don't let it get to you, Susanna. David's usually a nice guy. I have to say though, you don't get this angry often, Martin. She already captured your heart, huh? Was a boss up there. Sorry about David, Susanna. He's still recovering from Claire's passing. It's a shame I can't hook this into Textractor because I'm on the Mac. Kind of funny if you could. Come on, Alan, it's not like that. Oh dear, does that mean you hate me, Martin? Flirty. Didn't say that. We have a new manager and she's a cutie to boot. Now we only need to finish prepping the tour. Yes, that's just repeating. Looks like you've hit it off well. It's too bad about Claire, but sometimes you have to make the best out of a bad situation. President, are all instruments ready for the tour? Yes, everything you ordered has arrived. Claire's funeral will be held shortly. We should get going. Yes, sir. Okay. Tell that old Rolls Royce. Their talk over, Richard and the band left to attend Claire's funeral. Dee 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 dee. The skies of London were dark, as if saddened at Claire's funeral. Claire had been looking after the band ever since their debut. Now they could only pray that she rests in peace. Claire, you never had a moment to rest. You're always doing something for us. I'm grateful for everything. Farewell. Alino Vision won't be the same without her, right, David? Claire, we'll make sure this tour is a success. Please watch over our lives from up there. Goodbye, Claire. Rest in peace. Dee 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 dee. Members of the band went to a nearby park after the funeral. Oh, a stretch. Guys, how about we have a little party to celebrate our new manager and to say goodbye to Claire? Yeah, a good bit coming up. Yeah, it's not World of Horror, come on. The bender. Sounds good to me, but really, Andrew, you're always the same. What do you mean? He's always been more of an organizer than a musician. Heh, so, David, got any specific place in mind? Why not the good old Dirty Ducks? Oh, I know the place. Then it's a plan. See you there at 8 PM. I have to take care of things for the other bands. You take it from here, Andrew. Don't overdo it. Remember you have a tour starting tomorrow. Oh, and don't forget the receipt. Put it on the expenses! Yes, sir. David said goodbye and went back home. After taking care of the last few preparations for the tour, he headed towards the pub, Dirty Ducks. Yeah, that looks like London. Dingy. This pub was always a favourite of theirs, even before their debut. They'd come here to relax after a recording session, or before one of their gigs. Hey, look around the pub first. Yeah, with a name like that, it's gotta be good, right? Let's have it here. Okay. Let's have a look around the pub first. Friendly owner and the cheap fragrance was always relaxing to them. Yeah, same thing. Listen to the others. Susanna, if you don't mind me asking, why did you want to work for our label specifically? Huh? It's because I really like your band and David. Starstruck. Yes? No, it's nothing. I smell intrigue. David is popular with the ladies after all. You better be careful, Susanna. Everyone knows that David will get on your pants in no time. What kind of reputation do we have here? Get in there, son! Martin, you're giving the wrong impression of me. Don't worry about me. Believe it or not, I've learned Aikido. I can defend myself. Have a look around the pub. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay, so. You'll be fine then. They all laughed. They kept talking, forgetting about the time. That looks like craft beer. Yeah, that's the same as usual. Right. Well, it's time to go. It's been a long day. What with the funeral and all. I'll go with you, Andrew. I'm going to the studio to take a look at those new instruments. Listen to the others. I think I might have had a little too much to drink. Me too, but I had fun. Mean no offense to Miss Claire. Hold on, let me just drop a save down here just in case. I don't think there's any branches until like way later though. Talk to Susanna later. We better go, I'll walk you home. They were all drinking and chatting, but before they could realize, David and Susanna were the only ones left. Thank you, I appreciate it. They left the pub together. David and Susanna declined to walk. Well, David and Susanna decided to walk through the back alleys to Sober. Oh, that's usually a terrible idea in London. Oh my god. Back alleys of London, huh? Look around. London at night is pretty chilly. I've been wondering about this ever since morning. Have we met somewhere before? Foreshadowing! Huh? No, not before today. I saw you during your lives and on TV, but that's it. Yeah, why would you do that in any big city, exactly? Maybe I saw you in my dreams. Shut up, line! Really? I'm glad to be in your dreams. Hmm? Uh-oh. Oh god. They couldn't expect the unfortunate event that was about to unfold. As they turned the corner, they collided with a pair of punks. Let me just save it here, just in case. Look at the punks. David tried to laugh at it, but he knew it wouldn't work. I'm terribly sorry. Have a good night. Good night, my arse. Unless you're gonna leave the girl with us, that is, then we'll all have a good night. The punk slowly approached Susanna while glaring at David. One of the punks tried to grab Susanna. I mean, she knows Aikido, she can probably bash them in. Well, well, look at this, babe. We're gonna have some fun, you and us. No, get away from me, David, help! Look at the punks. One of the punks tried to grab Susanna. Punch, punk A! Bang! David hit the punk square in the face. You shouldn't have done that, little fucker. Gonna mess you up real good. Look at the punks. One of them took out a knife. Consider the situation. David knew some karate, but the amount of alcohol in his body made his head spin. I seem to remember a game over at this point. Look at the punks. The punks look more than willing to kill David. Run with Susanna? Run, Susanna! Right as David and Susanna try to run. Where do you think you're going? David was hit by a punk. That game over, is it? Just give up, bro. Yell for help? Someone help! David yelled as loudly as he could. Nobody's coming to save your ass. Okay, so let Susanna run while you fight. Run, Susanna! No, I can't leave you here alone. Well, you're gonna have to. Shut up and get your ass ready. Get your ass ready. Yes, lady, you know Aikido. Please help. Right, so which one is it? Look at the punks. Oh. Is it run again, is it? Just give up, bro. Okay. Bring it on. What are you waiting for, you chicken? Come on! Watch out. We got a badass over here. You're dead meat. No, not softlock. You got a death wish or something? Fine by me. David managed to distract the punks. Now, Susanna, run! God, women. David, yes! And she does off. Susanna started running just as the punks attacked David. Die! Is that death, is it? We'll soon find out. David dodged the attack, just barely. Unfortunately, he stepped on a bottle and lost his balance. As he hit his head against the wall, David's mind went to the tour that was supposed to start the following day. No way in hell I'm dying here. Susanna, run! And then everything faded to black. Is that game over? Is that one of the endings? Wait. When he woke up, David found himself in an unfamiliar location. Look around. In front of him were a castle he had never seen before. Where am I? Wait, this castle. It's the one from my dreams. It has to be the castle from my nightmares. I get it now. This isn't real. This has to be one of my dreams. I guess I'll just go inside for now. Suddenly unfamiliar location. We got isekai'd. Suddenly bottle cunt isekai'd us. David carefully approached the castle. He noticed the gate leading inside the castle. It doesn't seem to be locked. Alright, I'll open it. So open the gate. As soon as David opened the gate, he heard a voice. David! David! Who is it? Who's calling me? David! David! It came from inside the castle. I think there's someone inside. Might as well go in. Well, of course you're going to go into an unfamiliar location with some rather unusual voice calling you. You're not exactly the brightest person in the world. They're repeating, so just enter the castle. David entered the castle. It's so dark. Aren't there any lights? Right then, he heard the sound... Oh, right then he heard the sound of something. Or someone moving. That face. David! David! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Ah! Help! Look around. David felt his hand touch something. David felt his hand touch something. Though as he was being strangled, he couldn't turn to check what it was. Yes, I knew this is on FM Towns as well. Huh? What is it? That's a bottle! Yes, that's just repeating. Hold on. Right. I'm gonna die! Just shank him with the bottle. I can't breathe, I need to pick up that bottle. Okay, pick up the bottle. Gah! Smash. There you go. Ah, help! David managed to pick up the bottle and use it to strike against his aggressor. And then David lost consciousness. There you go. Thanks for the bits, Shrapnel. Much appreciated. David had been knocked out by the punks. When he regained consciousness, he was alone in the alley. My head hurts. Ugh, was that a dream? David looked around him while getting his bearings. What the hell? Did I kill him? I don't remember this. One of the punks was lying on the ground, a copious amount of blood flowing out of his stomach. David was holding a bloody broken bottle. The other punk must have run away. He could hear police sirens approaching. No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill him. Yes, you did. God, that scream. Scream gets me every time. Ah! Huff, huff, huff. He's just woken up then, I guess. It was a dream. The punks? The castle? Man, what a nightmare. Am I losing my mind? Moshi mosh. Pick up the phone. Did I wake you up, David? You were pretty drunk last night. How are you holding up? I've still got a little bit of a hangover, but other than that, I'm fine. Think about yesterday. I'll try asking Susanna about yesterday. Okay. Oh yeah, what happened after we left the pub? You don't remember? You could barely stand, so I brought you home. I guess Claire's death did maybe drink a little too much. Nothing weird happened along the way? Can you have fireworks going off outside? No, nothing at all. I called a taxi and went home. The punks? The castle? It was all a bad dream. It was all a bad dream. Just a dream. I see. Sorry for the trouble. Cheer up, David, okay? Today's the big day. I know, thanks. Though the nightmare still weighed heavily on his mind, Susanna's words calmed him down. David made his way to Heathrow Airport, where he found a massive queue for the airport checkouts. David made his way to Heathrow Airport, where the rest of the band was waiting. And then he found his plane was delayed until tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Just beat a street punk to death. Right, time to load the next bit up. Excuse me. Kind of hungry right now. Excuse me. Yes, it's self-defense, yes. No biggie. They just found a dead body in the street with a big gaping hole in his stomach. And your fingerprints all over a bottle. But it's fine, don't worry about it. Absolutely fine. Yeah, like I said, the loading in this does take a while because it has to copy all of the next bit onto disk, like floppy disk, and then run it from floppy disk. Hopefully it works. I said this setup is a little jank considering the emulator has to be run off a Mac via Wineskin for it to be full speed. Seems to be alright for the most part though. The bottle started it. It's the bottle's fault, yes. It just leapt out of my hand and into the guy's stomach. Yeah, can get arrested at Heathrow, yes. I mean, it's Heathrow, we're gonna get fucking delayed by about 24 hours anyway, considering that Heathrow Terminal A is a mess. It works, okay. Heathrow, or Terminal 4. Heathrow Airport, Terminal 4. 24 hours later. Band gathered in the waiting area of Heathrow Terminal 4. That looks a lot empty for Terminal 4. It's usually rammed full of people. The Heathrow loading screen, yeah. Look around the airport. The waiting area was packed and they couldn't find a good place to sit together. There were very few people their age and none of them seemed to be among their fans. It's finally happening. Our first European tour. I could barely sleep last night. Neither could we just murdered someone. Not me, I got home, had one last drink and then slept like a log. I'm doing great. Listen to the others. Come to think of it, you had quite a few drinks yesterday. Are you sure you're okay? Martin sleeps only once a week, yeah. Yeah, just a little headache is all. I have to keep checking just to make sure that that is, it's okay. You look pale, David. Something wrong? No, we just murdered somebody. I just had my usual nightmare, you know. That again. What's so bad about it anyway? Oh, I just murdered somebody, don't worry. Yeah, just checking that one. Tell me about our nightmare. I'm in the streets I always see in my dreams. I start running. Someone wants to kill me. A shadow. I'm scared. I keep running. Before I realize it, the streets turn into a scenery I've never seen before. D. I run through the unfamiliar streets. Suddenly I'm running through the same streets as before. I keep running along the same street. In my dream I keep repeating the same actions over and over again. What if I never wake up? Suddenly I see an old castle in the distance, a castle I'd never seen before. That's when I wake up, but I remember every detail of that castle. It's burnt into my memory. David considered sharing his dream where he killed a man, but he decided against it. The waiting area was starting to fill up with younger people. David could feel their gaze. Time for autographs. I had no idea you had these kinds of dreams. Are you sure you never saw that castle anywhere? I'm positive. Firstly, I think you're just upset by Claire's, you know. That's why you're getting these weird dreams. I wouldn't worry about them. I'm sure we've been having those dreams way longer than that. I think so too. Maybe you're right. Listen to the others. You're gonna have a breakdown if you keep worrying about everything, David. Be more like me. Forget about the bad stuff and enjoy your life and drink yourself into a stupor. You're a special case, Andrew. Hey David, we got a pair of fine young ladies looking our way. Oh, hello. Two young women come closer. Look at the women. They appear to be fans of Alina Vision. Yeah, look, it's Alina Vision. There's David. He's so cool. There's Martin too. They must be leaving for their tour. Let's get their autographs. You're going on a tour, right? We're definitely coming to your London performance. I I've been a big fan since your debut. Good luck with your tour. David, Alan, may I get your autograph? Martin, can I shake your hand? Oh, and can I get your autograph? Sure. What am I, chopped liver? Oh, sorry Andrew, we didn't mean to forget about you. We want your autograph too. You're just saying that to appease me. Oh well, the things we do for our fans. Come on, give me the pen. So, who do I make it out to? David felt a little better about looking at Andrew and their fans. Yeah, laugh it up, David. At least someone's feeling better. Oh well, this is also part of the job. What you mumbling about, Andrew? What you mumbling about? Nothing. Shut up. Get autograph signing. Two people were monitoring Elenovision's movements. One of them, mostly referred to as Chief, was Clark. He was a detective and a former Interpol agent. These guys. The other was his assistant, Vince. His father was Japanese while his mother was British. Clark's book. Looks like they're leaving soon. This job's great, Chief. We just have to keep an eye on Susanna Ling, right? You got it. Travel expenses are all covered. It's basically a free trip around Europe. What bothers me is that I have no idea who the client is. Well, the money's good, so I guess it doesn't really matter. We're just keeping an eye on a woman. We're not doing anything bad. Yeah, so you say. I hope so. Things keep getting interesting, right? Bing bong. Oh, they're embarking. Let's go, Vince. Wait for me, Chief. Chief? What we're gonna do tonight, brain? And so they left Heathrow Airport. Is that Concorde? Yeah, it's Concorde. And reached Oh really Airport without incidents. I know that's Orly, but I can't help reading that as oh really. Oh god. Oh really Airport. Yeah, really. God, I wish I had like taken Concorde way back when. Never really got the chance to. Paris. Certainly France. Yes, we are. They were scheduled to rest one night at the Hilton Hotel in Paris and travel by charter bus the following day. Thus, David decided to call it a day early. He took some sleeping pills and laid on the bed, but between what happened in London and the upcoming concerts in France, David had trouble falling asleep. The sleeping pills made him drowsy, but after a while he couldn't bear staying in bed. Oh, I love this bit. Instead, he decided to go outside and enjoy the night in Paris. Yeah, this bit's great. He entered one of the taxis in front of the hotel. You got lost at Orly, did you? I don't think I've actually ever been through that airport though. Most of the time when I'm in France I go through Charles de Gaulle. Yeah, I mean he's not the brightest person, David. So, where to? Without a clear destination in mind, David quickly started thinking of famous landmarks. Let's very quickly pop a save down here, just in case. Let's see if you wake up with both kidneys. Tour Eiffel, let's go to the Eiffel Tower. The Eiffel Tower? Sure thing. This is the most expensive Uber ever, though. The taxi drove along Paris, headed towards David's destination. David looked at the night scenery of Paris flowing through the taxi's window. Yeah, exactly. The taxi took David in front of the Eiffel Tower. During the day it looked just like the Tower of Iron, but it felt completely different now thanks to all the lights. He considered getting to the viewing platform to have a full view of Paris, but he wasn't really in the mood for sightseeing. He just wanted to get out of his room. David wanted to see another landmark. He stopped another taxi. So where to? David considered his options. Save down. So Montmartre. The hill of Montmartre? Sure thing. While tripping balls, yeah. Taxi drove along Paris, headed towards his destination. David looked at the night scenery of Paris flowing from the taxi's window. I mean, we're going on a holiday as well by the look of it. Yeah, at midnight. No, I mean, night travel is kind of cool though. He arrived at Montmartre. Due to the presence of many young artists, the shops stay open until very late in this area. I like going like night walking sometimes, but it depends on the city. If I'm in Tokyo, for example, like in Japan, you can very freely walk around at like 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and, you know, feel pretty safe. Yeah, I wouldn't do that in places like London or LA though. Yeah, but definitely not while I'm full of sleep meds. Absolutely not while I'm full of sleep meds. Well, I'm full of beer, probably. I have actually got back to the hotel at one point at 4 o'clock in the morning after getting absolutely trashed in an izakaya and then in a pub afterwards. That was good fun. I enjoyed that. Always nice to let your hair down. And Japanese people drink. Jeez. It's, you wouldn't think they would, but they are alcoholic. Anyway, the hill of Montmartre is where Saint Denis had been executed. David was looking forward to seeing the windmill, but unfortunately he was unable to. Because it's dark, you dipshit! He would have wanted to visit the old-fashioned town he always saw in pictures, but the path was full of slopes and stairs. He couldn't afford to exert himself so much just before the concert. David wanted to see another landmark. He stopped another taxi. Yeah, all the characters in this are actually based off Depeche Mode, and there's quite a lot of real landmarks in this as well, like actual real restaurants and bars and stuff. It's actually pretty cool. Like, I think when Trap was playing this like a while ago, a lot of people like trying to find some of the locations that are in this game, and actually it's pretty nice. Yes, basically it is Crunkman. Yeah, Japanese office workers are extremely heavy drinkers, it's great. I mean, it's funny because they thought I couldn't keep up with them, but yes I could. Coming from the northeast, we drink like fishes up here, so... Anyway, where to? David considers his options. We've been to the Tour Eiffel already, so we could just basically be going around in circles at this point. Save game, yes. Pop the save down just in case. Right, so Quartier Latin, the Latin Quarter. You want to see the Pantheon, right? Got it. Yeah, exactly. Said the Asian people are generally quite like short and like thin of short of frame, but they can pack it away. It's pretty impressive. The taxi left David right in front of the Pantheon. The driver explained to him how the word was Greek for Temple of All of the Gods, and that famous historical figures were buried inside. David did not feel like he would get any sleep that night, so he decided to visit the best place Paris had to offer. David wanted to see another landmark. He stopped another taxi. How many taxis are we getting? Where to? David considered his options. We have to go to Notre Dame, I guess. Slot 9. Sake is definitely not weak. It hits you super hard though. Like, it seems like it's easy to drink, but once you actually try to stand up, you don't realize just how trashed you are. Notre Dame. Yeah, he's basically touring the whole city at the moment. Notre Dame Cathedral, I think. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a head. David looked at the night scenery of Paris flowing from the taxi's windows. I mean, he can afford it. The taxi crossed the Seine and left David at the Notre Dame Square. It was full of tourists and couples. At this time of night? Seriously? Yeah, I love sake though. Like, sake is really good to drink, especially some of the more like the higher quality ones. Like, I remember like last year, like around about this time, I went down to London for a gig and to visit some friends. We went to a Japanese restaurant, which one of his friends owned. I think we spent like about 350 quid between the four of us, but his friend came over with this really nice bottle of Dasai 45. Was it Dasai? Yeah, I think it's Dasai 45, and honestly, it was the nicest sake I have ever had. It like drinks so like easily, and yeah, we managed to polish that off, and I think he brought another one over as well. It was a lot of money though. Yeah, Junmai, really good. Since then, I've been making it a point to pick up a bottle of that whenever I'm in London, because the Japan Centre, there's a couple of them in London that actually stock like all the really good sakes. It's like about 25 quid for about, I think it's a 500 milliliter bottle, like a really small bottle. But it's worth it. Like, God, I should get some of that. Yeah, you get the good sake, and it is honestly the best thing ever. The cheap sake like goes down and burns you along the way. It's like a paint stripper. But the really good sake is like really nice to drink. Like, some of it's quite sweet as well, actually. So all you need to do is like just invest in a good bottle and enjoy it. It's not something that you like pack away like half a bottle in one go. You just like drink it to enjoy it. Then again, I do like to pack away a bottle every so often. Yeah, Grand Marnier is kind of like that as well. There's a lot of really good spirits out there. I think a lot of spirits have a bad rep though because of, you know, binge drinkers. But the really good stuff out there is nice. Definitely worth investing in a good bottle of something just to enjoy it. I've actually got a bottle of dark rum, like downstairs, called Dark Matter. It's like brewed in somewhere in Scotland, I think up near Glasgow or something like that, but honestly, it's really good. Some of the best dark rum I've had in a long time. Yeah, that stuff's great. It's always nice to have a little bit of, you know, tipple, we call it. Like, just something to indulge yourself with. I mean, when you're young, you want to get absolutely trashed, but as you get older, it's like, yeah, I like these drinks just to like kick back and enjoy, and to relax with, and I still like to do that. I might actually have one tomorrow, actually, because can't be bothered to go get one right now. But I've got some dark rum downstairs. I need to finish that bottle of Kraken off. I love Kraken. I think it tastes so good, especially when you mix it up with ginger beer or like a little bit of cherry coke or something like that. Anyway, the taxi crossed the Seine and left David at the Notre Dame Square. It was full of tourists and couples. I love Kraken. I absolutely love Kraken. The cathedral is one of the most famous landmarks in all of France. At first, David was captivated by its beauty, but after a while he could feel something mystical. Ancient sadness and hatred. He had to leave soon. I will say something about dark rum though. Every so often, like during the year, this company organizes a gin and rum festival, and I've actually been going to them like for quite some time. I think I've been to like 5 or 6 over the past 10 years or so. Honestly, it's so good. Like, if you ever see one of them in your area, definitely go and check one out. There's the one that usually travels around the country here, like during the summer and the autumn months. They usually bring like 40 or 50 different types of, you know, gins and rums across the world, and you can like pay to get in and buy tokens and like just have a drink of all the different types. And honestly, there's some really good ones. So I think I remember like the first one I went to, I actually enjoyed the taste of this like Jamaican dark rum that you can't get over here normally so much. I actually bought a bottle there and then took it home with us. It's honestly, it's so nice, and it's pretty good, those kinds of events as well, to actually experience like something that you normally wouldn't find or have a chance to drink. So like in the bars over here, they tend to stock the usual stuff. Actually having some of the more esoteric spirits out there is actually quite nice. Yeah, and wine is nice as well. I haven't actually drank as much wine as I used to, but I like a little bit of red every so often. Whiskey, I'm not a huge drinker of though. I have been known to pack some of it away though, but I don't drink it that much. Anyway, the cathedral is one of the most famous landmarks in all of France. At first, David was captivated by its beauty, but after a while he could feel something mystical. Ancient sadness and hatred. He had to leave soon. David wanted to see another landmark. He stopped another taxi. Oh, you did a sake tasting session? Yeah. They can be pretty harsh. I think I remember, like, this was going on at least 15 to nearly 20 years ago, probably. Me and some friends went to one of our favorite restaurants, owned by a friend of ours. He was doing a wine tasting session, like Chilean wine, like whites and reds and rosés. We were there like from the beginning until the very end, and we actually walked out with like 3 bottles of red. We took them back to our friend's house and we just continued drinking it until the end of the night. Honestly, that stuff was great though, but we were trolleyed at the end of it. Fucking don't know how we got the taxi back. Anyway, where to? David considered his options. Place de Vosges? The Vosges Square? Sure thing. I might have to check that, probably. Taxi drove along Paris, headed towards David's destination. David looked at the night scenery of Paris flowing from the taxi's window. When David arrived at the square, he was impressed by its splendor. There was a reason the royal family of the 16th century would spend their time here. Surrounded by red brick buildings, the square felt like the courtyard of a royal palace. It would seem the garden was once closed to the public, but it was currently teeming with tourists. At this time of night, that was enough to bring David back from his 16th century dream and back to the real world. David wanted to see another landmark. He stopped another taxi. How many taxis are we getting? Where to? David considered his options. Place Jeanne d'Arc. This is the story one. You want to go to Rouen? Sure thing. How many taxis are we taking? Yes. David looked at the night scenery of Paris flowing from the taxi's window. David looked at the night scenery. Oh, do that again. Yep, still looking. I saw that person there though. The taxi left David in Rouen. The place was virtually empty. Even though he was sweating, David had goosebumps. He didn't know why. Maybe it was because of the statue of Jeanne d'Arc. It was a place where Jeanne d'Arc, the Maiden of Miracles, who fought in the 100 Years' War during the 15th century, had been executed. She fought for the sake of her country, following the orders of her god. But the Inquisition, jealous of her fame, sentenced her to death. She was burned at the stake and joined her god in heaven. Yeah, Junmai Dai Jingos. Really nice. As he walked around Rouen, David noticed a building with an open gate. For whatever reason, he felt compelled to enter. And so he did. Doo-doo-doo-dee. Clop, clop, clop. David walked through the open gate and followed a path leading to yet another gate. Yes, it is. It's actually really nice and pure. A lot of the really good Junmai is like extremely nice to drink. A little bit pricey as well, depending on which brand you get and where you get it from though. After crossing the gate, he found himself on a path next to a stone wall. Suddenly the voices of countless people came out of the next gate. I think this is French? Whoa, it's coming this way! David gestured frantically as he didn't understand French. I need to get out of here! David ran towards the town to get away from those countless voices. Ah, it's getting closer! I need to run! Yeah, Ume Shu is nice as well. Again, it largely depends on what brand. and what type you get, but there's some really good umeshu out there. David noticed an alley and hurried in there in order to hide. I mean, if you're not drinking a lot, then yeah, you probably will be a lightweight. If you're not drinking like regularly, or you're not drinking a decent amount every so often. David ran through the alley, trying not to make any sounds, even though his footsteps were making quite a lot of noise. The alley led to a dark, gloomy square. Is this a square? There was something or someone standing in the middle of the square. It's too dark to make it out. What is that? Once he got used to the darkness, David could just barely make out a figure. There's someone tied to a pillar, and there's a lot of firewood below them. I don't understand. David took a single step forward. Suddenly a man came out of the shadows, throwing a lit torch into the pile of wood. The pain scream of a woman came from the flames. The pile of wood instantly burst into flames, as if it were coated in oil. There's a person amidst the fire, a young woman. Tied to the pillar, she was unable to escape the flames. She could only writhe in pain. She's being burned at the stake. David witnessed the grisly scene in a daze. When he came back to his senses, hundreds of people were surrounding the blazing pillar, all shouting together. Death to the witch! Death to the witch! Death to the witch! Death to the witch! Death to the... To David, their words felt like a curse. Death to the witch? The witch hunts. France? Burning at the stake. No way, is she Joan of Arc? Am I in the past? No, it can't be. David felt like he had lost his mind. They're way too agitated. I can't stay here. I need to run. David took a step back, attempting to run away. At that very moment, the entire crowd turned his way. Damn it, they noticed me! David had never felt so terrified before. I have to find somewhere to hide. I don't care where. Two-Tone, thank you for the raid. David kept running from the crazed crowd. The path split ahead in two. Hey, how you doing, guys? Thank you for the raid. Break up the horse loop. Oh, you just played Radiant Silvergun, did you? Nice. I heard there was some issues with the PC version. I was going to check it out today, actually, but I wanted to play this instead. Might check it out tomorrow, depending on whether or not I finish this first. Yeah, I know about the Steam port. So I've heard there's some weird issues with it, like some people have actually not been able to load it for some reason, and there's like input lag and stuff. I actually need to try it out myself. Yeah, if it's locked to 720p, you'll probably need to run something like borderless gaming or lossless gaming or whatever it is. There's a couple of apps that actually expand it, like into a borderless window, which is quite nice. Yeah, lossless scaling it's called. What's up, Squirrel? Good evening. Yes, we are playing a PC-88 game called Mirrors at the moment. It's a text adventure. It's actually really, really good. It's got a creepy horror theme in it. We've just witnessed someone getting burnt at the stake. And now we're being chased by the crowd, as you can probably tell. Yeah, visual novel has a pretty negative connotation, though, to some people. This is more of a text adventure than anything else. Like narrative driven, like very limited paths, lots of branching. At the stake. Yeah, thanks for the raid, dude. Hopefully I'll catch you some other time then. Have a good day. Or night, wherever you are. David kept running from the crazed crowd. The path split ahead in two. Oh shit. Right, so let's save it very quickly first, because this seems like a branch. Okay, cool. Right, take the path going right. That's definitely a text adventure as well. I mean, they're both technically the same thing, but I think visual novel has a negative reputation because it's usually associated with like porn games in a way. Path curved left and went downhill. David kept running. Path split ahead in two. David was at a loss as to which path to take. Dead of the Brain is really good though. That's a fun game. I heard there's a new translation that came out as well. I think Ann K was playing it like a while ago, but I actually need to check that translation as well because the one that came out prior to that version that came out like this month, or rather a couple of weeks ago, was pretty bad, unfortunately. Take the path going down. Path curved to the left. David could feel the bloodlust in the crowd's screams. He was at a crossroads. He could still hear the crowd behind him. David had to make a choice, and fast. I'm gonna save it again just in case, but put this on slot 8. Okay. So let's go forward. Fear clutched at his throat as he took the path to the left going uphill. David kept running. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't get away from their yells. The path ahead split in two. Take the path going left. Excuse me. Path ahead split in three. The sound of the crowd's footsteps drilled into David's head. He had to make a choice before it was too late. Take the path going forward, maybe? Path ahead split in two. Go up. L-shaped turn ahead. David took it without even looking behind. Are we there yet? David kept running from the crazed crowd. The path ahead split in two. How much running are we doing? Go down then? Path ahead split into three. Take a right. Yes, we are running for our lives. Path ahead split into two. Go down. Path curved to the left. Yep. Okay. He was at a crossroads. He could still hear the crowd behind him. Dave had to make a choice and fast. We went forward the last time, didn't we? So let's go down then. David took the path going downhill and kept running before the crowd could reach him. Okay. We survived at least, I think. Loading. Just be prepared for a lot of loading. Anyway, how's everyone doing? Yeah, the Tokyo International Forum is actually a pretty cool place to go to. I actually went there for a concert in 2014. Calafino were playing. Actually loved that place. Unfortunately, it was raining all day though, so I didn't really get to explore a lot. But yeah, the area itself is quite nice. We there yet? Akasaka is not a bad place though. It's a bit far though. At least I left the seek noises in so you can hear what's going on. The hell is that? At the end of the slope he reached a square. There was something placed in its center. However, it was not the same square from earlier. There's something here too. It's not another stake, is it? After a closer look, he realized it was not a stake, it was a guillotine, a device for executions. A guillotine? There's nobody in there. Are they going to kill someone soon? Yes, you! Right behind Dave, the man answered his question. You look familiar. Startled, David turned around. There was a man in dark wearing priestly garments. Where did you... Who are you? Heretic, tonight you shall be judged by God. Why, you ask? You know the answer very well. At his words, countless people emerged from the shadows. He was surrounded. There's so many of them. Why do you want me to die so badly? Oh, I get it. This is a dream. I just have to wake up. There was no escape. Right then, David felt something happening inside his body. Ah, my head, it hurts. I feel like I'm burning. Something exploded inside of him, and then he was assaulted by an incredibly pleasant feeling as he felt his consciousness fade away. Before completely losing consciousness, David saw him. A man had grabbed the Inquisitor. The man then dragged the Inquisitor towards the guillotine. That man had the same face as David's. Was it all a dream? No, don't do it! David placed the Inquisitor's head on the block. The Inquisitor was trapped in the device. Seeing the Inquisitor's face contorted by fear, David started laughing. And then the blade dropped down. Chunk. The head goes flying off. I forgot about that. And then David wakes up. Oh god, this game is so good. The moment the Inquisitor's head parted from his body, David's eyes jerked open. He was feeling terribly confused and scared. It was a dream. This time I saw a woman sentenced to death, the guillotine, even another me. I'm really losing it. How did he get back, is the question. Now back to his senses, he realized he was in his hotel room. Both his pajama and the bed were drenched in sweat. Now that he was aware it was all a dream, he started feeling a different kind of dread. David sat on the bed and glanced at his watch. Yeah, the head just like flying off there was pretty funny. It's still 3 AM. I was hoping these nightmares wouldn't follow me all the way to Paris. My body feels heavy. Maybe it's the nightmare. I'm not getting enough sleep. David took a beer from the cooler, drank it in one gulp, and then went back to sleep. It's always good having a beer after you've had some sleeping pills. The next morning, David gasped at what he saw on TV. It was enough to make his skin crawl. The news was talking about a grisly discovery in front of the Cathedral of Rouen. The priest had been found dead, with his head removed from the body. The missing head had been reportedly found impaled on the minute hand of the Grosse Horloge, the astronomical clock of Rouen. The hands of the Grosse Horloge, I don't even know how you pronounce it, were struck at 3 o'clock. Or were stuck at 3 o'clock. Rouen was known as the town where Joan of Arc had been burned at the stake. There's that guy's head just like that. David felt like he was seeing a continuation of his dream. The members of Alino Vision left the hotel and got on the bus they had reserved. Excuse me. The bus was headed for their first concert hall, Karnak. They passed through Le Mans, the town known for the eponymous 24 hours race, making way for the town of Rennes in Brittany. Rennes? Going to Stunfest? Yeah, I thought so. I never really know how you pronounce that though. In order to stave off boredom, they decided to play cards to pass the time. Cow! Who the hell's cheating here? Get a load of this, 3 of a kind. Martinsburg? No, Davidsburg. I've got a spade flush. Full house. Bah, I'm beat. Susanna, Alan, what did you guys have? Check this out, I got a straight flush. Cheating. Are they all just cheating? Straight flush, come on, man. I only have a 2 pair. 5 aces. You again, Alan. You're way too good at this. Are you cheating or something? Don't be a sore loser, Andrew. I'm just that good, that's all. Damn it, I'm gonna win next, you see. Your turn to shuffle, Susanna. Okay. That's enough games for me. David couldn't focus on the game. He was still thinking of the death of the poor priest and how it felt like a continuation of his dream. That's because it was! Click, click. David stopped playing and looked outside the window. Worried, Susanna called out to him. What's the matter, David? You look down. Would you like to talk to me about it? Oh. Nothing, just thinking of this bad dream I had. David forced himself to laugh. You look pale. What kind of dream was it? David saw both curiosity and concern in Susanna's eyes. The bus drove by a grass-covered plain. David thought that talking to someone about his dream could make him feel better. And so he did. Before long, the rest of the band stopped playing cards and listened intently to David's tale. That's some nightmare, alright. This has to be about Claire. Don't let it get to you, David. I mean, sure. For real? Maybe David has some kind of precognitive dream or something. Come to think of it, they were talking about a murder in Rouen this morning. I think it was a priest or a monk? Yeah, just repeating that one. The band members all started giving their opinions on the matter. For real? Maybe David has some kind of... yeah. They're just all giving their things. Okay, so look outside. David looked outside the window, barely listening to what they were saying. The fuck was that noise? Hmm? What the? We're getting abducted by aliens? He saw a knight, clad in white armor, riding a white horse, chasing after them. David thought to himself, a white knight on a horse? Wait, I can see through them. Is it a ghost? That is quite the noise, isn't it? David did a double take, but when he looked again he could only see a car and not the White Knight. What was that, David? Did something happen? Susanna had heard David's mumbling. No, it's nothing. Martin is right, I haven't recovered from Claire's passing yet. That was weird. It'll be a while before we reach Karnak. Are you gonna be okay? Yeah, don't worry, I'll be fine after I catch a few Z's. Susanna, let David sleep and come over to play. These cards ain't gonna shuffle themselves. Alright, alright. The bus continued its journey towards Karna. The car David had seen actually belonged to Clark and Vince. These guys. These guys are funny. Our boys are headed for Karna. Chief, did you see the news this morning? Hey up, France a dangerous place too, eh? You think Vision's involved in that whole mess? For some reason people just seem to die around them. Who knows? Rem was the opposite way of their destination, and they don't look like the kind of guys who'd meet up with a priest. Clark couldn't see any clear connection. Stonehenge, not really. After passing through Van, a must-see town when passing through Brittany, they finally reached their destination, Karna. Karna is home to the eponymous stones, a collection of prehistorical standing stones called menhirs. Vision was going to start their European tour by performing on a stage set up in the middle of them. Oh, that's a great idea! Looking performing on what could be holy ground, eh? It's a terrible idea. Excuse me. Oh, I gotta stretch. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Are we there yet? No, we're just loading. Is this the live one? Alright, I'll BRB because this is unskippable and you might like this. Sorry. Hello. Yeah, I just went to grab something very quickly to eat. Yeah, so they went to go to a hotel. After renting a room, they regrouped and had a toast to celebrate the success of the concert. They still hadn't recovered from all of the excitement. I was just saying as well that it's quite funny how there's a music video in this game. I actually quite like that bit though. It adds to the mystique of the game. Even though it's very clearly a Depeche Mode music video trace. Susanna, great job guys. You were great on stage. Martin spoke? Yeah, that was one of our best performances. I don't know, should we really go all out this earlier in our tour? The answer is always yes. Alan didn't actually seem to mean what he had said. It'll be just fine, Alan. Let's keep this up all the way. I'm feeling great. Forget about those stupid dreams. Yeah, you're just repeating. Okay. Phew, I'm knackered. I'm calling it a day. There's no way I'm having any dreams when I'm this tired, right? Oh, you never know. Sounds good. Get some rest, David. In fact, I'm following your example. Good night, David. It's because you're an old fart, that's why. Good night. They were all tired after the first concert of their tour. One after the other, they retired to their rooms. Is it time for more dreams, is it? At least put a loading spinner up or something. Once he entered his room, David went straight to bed. He was exhausted after the concert, and it did take long before he was drifting off. Excuse me. It had been a long time since David had last slept so soundly, but then he was awakened by a loud noise. Huh? What was that? Whatever it was, it came from outside the window. I swear I heard some horse hooves. His room was on the 5th floor. There was simply no way he should have been able to hear the hooves of a horse from outside the window. As soon as David approached the window, a white horse kicked the window open and entered the room. Glass of the window was shattered. The curtains were swayed in the wind coming from outside. A medieval knight, clad in white armor, sat atop the horse, glaring at David. Look at the white knight. Again, very linear. Horse took one step towards David. Listen to David. Who the hell are you? How did you come from the window? The knight didn't appear to have anything to say. Look at the white knight, advances it closer. Got a face full of horse. The knight inched closer. Somehow his armor made no noise. What do you want from me? You can't just barge in someone's room and then give them the silent treatment. I mean, they clearly can. The knight didn't appear to have anything to say. The knight moved to David's side without uttering a word and started taking off the armor. Who are you? David looked at the knight's face. He felt like he had seen that face before. Yeah, this could be a pretty interesting, mystery for World of Horror. Wouldn't be too difficult to do either. Who are you? David looked at the knight's face. He felt like he had seen that face before. No way! You? As soon as he made his realization, the knight drew the sword and thrust it through David's chest. Suddenly cut off. I didn't do anything there though. Yeah, the only thing about making this a mod though is you have to condense this entire game story into basically a mystery that has like, what, 15, 16 steps maybe? I mean, that would be pretty interesting to do though. I would actually be up for that. Yeah, probably. Just as he thought his life was over, David found himself in his bed, still alive. What with what looks like a hole in his chest if you look carefully enough. Where? There was another dream. A white knight on a white horse. I'm sure I saw the knight's face. Damn it, I can't remember. David looked at the window. The horse had kicked it open, but it was intact now. No shards of glass on the floor. Just another dream. I was hoping I'd be too tired to dream, but I wouldn't be so lucky, would I? They feel more and more real every damn time. David touched his chest where the sword pierced him in his dream. Ow! That was just a dream, why does it hurt? David looked at his chest. There was a vivid red mark like a bruise. David thought to himself that he was probably still dreaming and rolled back into his bed. When he woke up the following morning, David noticed the mark on his chest and wondered if he wasn't still in one of his dreams. He took a shower, but that didn't help his mood. However, David decided he shouldn't worry the other guys with his problems, so he put on a brave face and entered the lobby. Time for breakfast! Andrew, Martin and Susanna were already in the lobby, having a coffee. Good morning. Hey David, looks like Alan is still sleeping. So how's it going? Had a good night? Nope. Guess you had a good night, huh? You don't look tired at all. David, I came up with a good song while you were sleeping yesterday. You gotta listen to it later. Got it. David felt pathetic in comparison, worrying about his dreams while the others worked so hard. Alan finally came into the lobby about 1 hour later. He seemed to be in a pretty bad mood. Sheesh, Alan, you look like crap. You still tired from the concert? Forget about the stupid concert. I had a terrible nightmare. David's heart skipped a beat at Alan's words. What kind of nightmare? His voice was hoarse. What kind of nightmare? We were performing at one of our lives, and I had a solo part coming up, but I couldn't remember a single word. It was totally nerve-wracking, man. It's kind of tame in comparison. Makes me wonder what the rest of us would do if the sound went out. So what happened next? I was sweating like crazy, then I finally woke up. Man, what a relief. I think your nightmares rubbed off on me. David pretended to laugh, but he was feeling very uneasy about the situation. As luck would have it, they were having their second concert today, so he wouldn't have time to really dwell on the matter. It was almost time for their last performance in Karna. David was feeling well and the rest of the band was in a good mood. Excuse me. Recollect guys, we're looking at a 2-day trip after tonight. How are you feeling, David? I'm feeling great, thanks to you. What did I do? Let's go, David! The band headed for the stage. And so they performed their second live. They were full of energy just like the day before. When the song began, the whole audience started jumping in excitement. Amidst the audience, there were the two detectives who had followed them from London. These guys. What the hell is this crap? They can't be taking this music seriously. This is great, Chief! Woohoo! It would seem that Alina Vision had gained a new fan. Bah, I hate this. Our music was too much for Clark. He was getting restless. Maybe you're just too old, Chief. You don't get it. That's so? Yeah, maybe I'm too old for this. I was gonna give you a nice bonus check after this joke, but I'm gonna need it myself more. Come on, Chief, you're as fit as a fiddle. These two guys. Clark and Vince tailed Susanna all the way to the venue. Excluding Clark, everyone present was jumping up in excitement. The performance had been another success. Nope. Encoding overloaded. Hold on. I'll leave it just in case. After the concert, the band returned to the hotel. In the lobby, Susanna approached David. Good work out there, David. You were great today. Let me just save it again because it's been a while. Yes. Put it on... Just put it on 7. I don't think there's a branch coming up for a while, so... Thanks, I have been feeling better today. Too much, David, yeah. You must be tired. Oh, this reminds me, I have just the thing. Pills! These vitamin pills are almost miraculous. Take them and you'll definitely have a good night. Pills here! That sounds great. I'll definitely try. David thanks Susanna for her kindness. Sorry. Yeah, hold on. I'm getting encoding overloaded now, so I'm just gonna stop that from doing that. David took the pills Susanna gave him, and he was able to sleep well without a single nightmare. Their stay in Karna ended in success. The reviews have been positive, and they were expecting high ticket sales for their future performances. Why am I getting encoding overloaded? Hold on. I'm gonna delete. Stop that one. That one. Look at OBS is doing some dumb shit at the moment. Snack time. Excuse me. Loading. I might play Dead of the Brain tomorrow, since the new translation came out a week or so ago. Just because I actually want to see what the translation looks like now. I think Anne was playing it the other day, but for some reason it looked like there were still some small errors here and there. Just want to check it out for myself. Game's pretty short anyway though, so it might be worth an evening for a bit of a laugh. Honk! Just suddenly honk. The next morning the band boarded the bus and departed for their following destination, Tours. French names. The bus departed from Van and made for Nantes, leaving Brittany. Possibly due to their recent success, the band members were busy chatting and didn't feel the need to play cards to pass the time. We're shoving a CD's worth of data through a PC-88. Yeah, that's the only thing about this game, is that it does have to take a while for things to load. It's not a problem though. I mean, they actually have quite a lot of game just on the CD. It's interesting that they have to actually do it via floppy disk though. Which is why you get basically chapters in this game. Like every time you hit a certain point, excuse me, you get basically a chapter load, which is when it actually loads up the entire next section into the game. It's a pretty neat way of doing it though, but yeah, they definitely started to do it much better as time went on. Still can't believe we're actually performing in France. Allensburg? We were awesome last night. Remind me again, who was that guy who was freaking out because he had a bad dream about forgetting the lyrics? That was a stupid dream anyway. The moment we stepped onto the stage, it was completely out of my mind. If the bus gets to tour by tonight, we'll have a couple of days all to ourselves. That's always a good idea. If we get 2 days off, we should really do some sightseeing. David got to visit Paris by night, or at least he did in his dreams. Thanks for reminding me. You don't get to go on a trip around Europe every day. I'd like to see some famous landmarks in the real world, not in a dream. What's up, Deep Freeze? Count me out. I'm going to use those 2 days to come up with a new song. What do you say? I don't know. I don't really care about a bunch of old places. This is my first big job, so I think I'm going to use the time to get some rest. Yeah, it's a good idea. Sus, Anna. Just have a throat lozenge actually, because all this narrating is making it itchy. Andrew and Alan had lowered their seats, resting. They must have been tired from their last performance. Martin, meanwhile, had taken out the guitar and was arranging a new song. Oh boy. David looked outside the window while listening to the sound of Martin's guitar. The bus was approaching a large rocky mountain. A significant number of people could be seen at its top. David forgot when he got off the bus. He was climbing the mountain. The man climbing the mountain was not the same David who had been on the bus. His face and his clothes were different, however, his consciousness had become David's. David brushed many people aside and kept climbing his way up. David could no longer hear the sound of Martin's guitar, he could only hear the wind blowing past his ears. A few words were going through David's mind. They've finally come. This shall be the final battle. Then he yelled, I shall perform the final ritual. Prepare yourselves. Before he could realize it, David had become an archmage of an ancient civilization. His people raised their hands, yelling in excitement. For the last 100 years, David's clan had been under attack by the northern tribes. They had been cornered down below this mountain. The ritual he was performing would bestow them incredible power at the cost of their lives. However, they had no other way to oppose the might of the northern tribes. But if we must all die, then we shall take down as many of them as we can, he thought. North football fans. They all knew this would be their final stand, and yet they kept cheering on David, the great mage, as he completed the ritual. David! David, David, David. Look at this guy. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. Lyra, Enya, Myra, Sion, Thanra, Isuno. Is he casting Isuna, is he? Final Fantasy. David began chanting his spell. Shit just on fire, is it? As if answering to the spell, the altar burst into flames. It took a bit of time doing it as well. The drums beat in time with the spell. Their monotone rhythm was almost hypnotic. Additional instruments came after the drums. Everyone present entered a trance, dancing with a violent energy. When their excitement had reached its peak, everything went silent. They all stopped dancing. David raised his head to the heavens and screamed. They followed his example, uttering savage shouts at David. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and blocked the sun, seemingly reacting to David's spell. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. And then, seemingly on cue, the northern tribes launched their attack. His people had lost any fear of death. They put up a great resistance against their mighty enemy. However, they were all falling one by one. Thunderous dark clouds gathered behind the enemy's side, possibly reacting to David's deathly enchantment. The wind started blowing and spinning into a terrible tornado. Like an anteater attacking a colony, the enemy's soldiers were swallowed by the tornado, their shrieks echoing throughout the air. David raised his head to the heavens, mumbling to himself, "This ritual is reaching its final stage." David watched in satisfaction as the tornado swallowed one enemy soldier after another. He fell to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. As he turned around, the last thing David could see was a large man swinging his axe towards his head. David screamed out loud. This seems to be a running theme right now. Head axe. As he screamed, he realized he was no longer a shaman. He was still in the bus. He must have fallen asleep while looking outside the window and ended up having another weird dream. The others were also sleeping at the time, but they were awakened by David's scream. David, what's wrong? What happened, David? Did you have another nightmare? You're not looking good. You okay? You're as pale as a ghost. Susanna, you got any more of those pills? Sorry, I made you all worry. I'm fine now. For the most part. Do you need sleeping pills? Yes, just keep pumping me full of pills, please. Susanna handed David the same pills she gave him the other day. Pills here. Thanks. Jeez, man, that must have been one hell of a nightmare. Better grab everything I can. Try to cheer David up, but after a while they reclined their seats and went back to sleep. Under the effect of the pills, David slept as the bus passed through Angers. In its castle there was a magnificent tapestry depicting the apocalypse as told in the Book of Revelation. The bus finally arrived in the city of Tours, where they would be performing next. Nice bridge. They were in the middle of the Loire region, famous for its many ancient castles. The band would be staying at the Hotel de Lorient. Can't even pronounce that. Right. After that night, they would have 2 days off. The band members, excluding Susanna, were gathered in Alan's room, drinking beer and having a good time. Let's get drunk! There's some kind of late night show on TV, but Martin was the only one among them who could speak French. Well, we made the tour, time to celebrate. Cheers. Here's to a great concert. Huh, this can's empty. Give me another one, would you? Cans? How many did you have, Alan? You're gonna spend your day off with a hangover. Well, that's the idea. David gave a big yawn. You okay, David? I don't think you're getting enough rest. I think I've had enough beer. I'm going to my room to get some sleep. It's always a good idea, isn't it? You'd better get some rest before you get sick, mate. David left the room. His friends seemed to be doing well, probably thanks to sleeping in the bus. Until we woke them up. Oh, it's past midnight. We should probably call it a day. Hey Martin, I heard there's some old castles near Tours. Any cool one you'd recommend? God damn it. I keep selecting the same one. I don't know about cool, but there's a castle of... however you pronounce that? Or the castle of Amboise. Huh? Alan, turn the volume up. Martin noticed the TV was reporting about some kind of incident in Carna. The hell happened? Holy crap, they're saying a tornado struck the place where we had our concert just after we left. It blew the stage away and all. Seemingly a tornado struck the location of the stage as it was being dismantled, causing 2 workers to fall to their deaths and a large number of injured. Martin translated the news report from French. It seemed like the following day would not be a good one, whether due to a hangover or from sleep deprivation. Well, that's always a good sign, isn't it? David causing havoc. David went back to his room to sleep. He was feeling uneasy because the dream world and the real world were becoming increasingly hard to tell apart. At the very least, he knew that nothing would actually happen to him if he were to die in his nightmares. A dream is a dream. He was different from his dream self. If he thought of his dreams as movies where he was the main character, he might be able to actually enjoy them. He wouldn't be scared any longer. With that thought, he was able to relax and fall asleep. It's always a great idea, isn't it? Sleeping. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Wait. Before he knew it, David was standing alone in a filthy corner of a stone street. Look at the streets. There were no lights outside and no moon in sight, and yet the street was dimly lit. None of the houses along the way had a door facing the street. Huh? Where am I? Dream worlds are supposed to be more magical. I feel like I've seen this before. Of course I'm in a dream. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's take a walk around. It's always a great idea, isn't it? Okay, walk through the streets. Clump, clump, clump. There was a fork in the road. Look at the streets. The street goes up and one goes right. Once of the situation. I feel like I've seen this place before, but I just can't remember. Let's go right first. Maybe I should have saved it, just in case. He took the path going to the right. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea, actually. Yes, put it on number 7. Look at the streets. Along the straight road, fortune teller signs line the houses, left and right. Apparently every single house was a fortune teller shop. What is this place? Fortune teller town? David felt something strange as he walked along the street. A door of one of the houses on the left side opened and a sullen voice could be heard talking. I'm a fortune teller. Welcome, Devil King. Huh? When he looked inside, he could only see a hand coming out of the ground. A hand can't be a fortune teller. Show yourself. Welcome, Devil King. The fortune teller hand only repeated the same words, moving as if to welcome him. The hand talking to him. Who are you? Welcome, Devil King. So, walk the same streets. Nonsense talk was making David uneasy. He decided to ignore it and go on ahead. Devil King. David kept walking along the path. Another hand. The door to one of the houses on the right side opened and a spiteful voice could be heard talking. I'm a fortune teller. You're finally here, you heretical demon. Do you know me? My name is David. Show yourself. Why are you calling me demon? A hand can't be a fortune teller. Show yourself. Who are you? You're finally here, you heretical demon. The fortune teller hand only repeated the same words in a spiteful tone, moving as if to shoo him away. Yeah, I think that you could probably, like, tie this to quite a few other things that have come out recently. Walk through the streets. Ow. God, my MacBook is shot. That nonsense talk was making David feel uneasy. He decided to ignore it and go on ahead. Having an out-of-body experience right now. David kept walking along the path. A door to one of the houses on the left side opened and a sullen voice could be heard talking. Welcome, Devil King. I am a fortune teller. Do you know me? My name is David. Show yourself. Why are you calling me Devil King? Hand can't be a fortune teller. Show yourself. Welcome, Devil King. Fortune teller hand only repeated the same words, moving as if to welcome him. The nonsense talk was making David uneasy. He decided to ignore it and go on ahead. Welcome, Devil King. David kept walking along the path. The door to one of the houses on the right side opened and a spiteful voice could be heard talking. Is this the same thing? You're finally here, you heretical demon. Oop, hold on. David spoke. Yeah, he's just repeating the same stuff here. Do you know me? My name is David. Show yourself. Why are you calling me demon? Finally here, you heretical demon. Shoo, shoo. Yeah, the nonsense talk was making David uneasy. He decided to ignore it and go on ahead. Are we there yet? David kept walking along the path. A door to one of the houses on the left side opened and a sullen voice could be heard talking. Welcome, Devil King. I am a fortune teller. Hand can't be a fortune teller. Show yourself. Who are you? Welcome, Devil King. We are Devil King. Still going. A spiteful voice could be heard talking. You heretical demon. You know me? My name is David. Show yourself. Why are you calling me demon? Hand can't be a fortune teller. Show yourself. through the streets. Wait, okay. With a sense of dread, David turned around. He realized the street behind him was an endless line of fortune teller shops. What the hell? Didn't I just walk through here? Ding. Stricken by fear, David looked in front of him. That street was also lined with countless fortune teller shops. No way, this street too? Ah, someone help! The voice of the fortune tellers came from all directions, overlapping each other, hitting David like a storm. David felt like the sound pressure was crushing him. Finally he collapsed while covering his ears. Stop it! Stop it! And then he wakes up. This game is so good. I don't think we're even halfway through this yet. When he woke up, he could still feel a ringing inside his head. Damn it, I feel like my head is going to crack open. What a nightmare. David began to cry. When it was finally back to normal, David felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Ow! Looking closely, he realized he had a bruise on his left shoulder just like the one he had on his chest. Thinking back, he realized that when David the shaman was hit by that axe, he had felt a sharp pain on his left shoulder. David was starting to feel terribly uneasy. Something absurd, something he couldn't explain was happening to him. Bit itchy as well. David walked to Susanna's room and knocked, but there was no answer. She must be sleeping. I'll just have to make do without them. David returned to his room and forced himself to sleep. Uh-oh. Oh. At that moment, Clark and Vince stopped their car in front of the hotel. These guys. Looks like nothing's happening tonight either. That was a close one, Chief. What if that tornado had struck during the concert? I still can't believe that actually happened. Radio news said it was a local thing. It came up and dissipated right after. Vince could fluently speak French, German, Chinese, as well as the language of his second home, Japanese. Polyglot, huh? Weird things happen wherever these guys go. I have a bad feeling about this whole thing. Why don't we just go back then? They haven't been doing anything suspicious. You know what's your problem, Vince? You have no patience. Where's your passion? It was late at night. The only light came from the hotel's front door. There was not a soul in sight. Everything was quiet. Chief, look! A woman walked out of the hotel, running with small, quick steps. That's Susanna. It's Susanna Ling. She's on the move. Maybe she's going shopping? At this time of night? Seriously? What you gonna buy in the middle of the night, you dunce? Let's follow her. Got it. And away we go. They entered their car and drove slowly, tailing Susanna. She's walking as fast as she can without being too conspicuous. She's probably going to take a cab at one point. Where do you think she's going? She's walking. Said that already. Makes sense. A young lady shouldn't be taking a stroll in the middle of the night. These are dangerous times. I don't get it. We're in the middle of the night and she's basically running off somewhere. If she wanted to take a cab, she'd better off waiting somewhere well lit. I know, right? She could have just called the taxi service from the hotel. That's it, Vince. She must be meeting someone. Someone she's not supposed to be seen with. Chief, she's entered an alley. The car can't go in there. That's why you get out. Did she notice this? We'll have to keep tailing her on foot. Hurry! Wait, Chief, I can't get the seatbelt off, you klutz. By the time Clark and Vince had entered the alley, Susanna was already gone. They couldn't even hear her footsteps. They ran down the alley. Once they came out onto the street, there was nobody in sight. They could only see the lights of the cars passing by. We lost her. Where was she going anyway? This is so weird. This alley is one straight path. No curves, no forks. How do we lose her? Ming's mysterious outing only added more fuel to Clark's doubts about the case. Ooh. How did they fit all of this on floppy disks? Trying to forget his last nightmare, David started working with Martin to write the lyrics for their new song. How do we call this song? It's actually on CD, but what it does, this game actually copies the next chapter onto floppy disk and then it plays it off floppy. So you have basically two floppy disks, one for saving, one for data, and everything gets pulled off a CD onto those floppy disks when it needs to. It's pretty weird. Yes, it's very weird, but I think it's actually quite clever. I think the music is actually streamed off the CD itself, whereas the text data, the images, that's actually taken off floppy. Because there's no way you could get this kind of music off floppy. It's quite a nice little system though, I think. Pretty clever. It just means that you've got big chunks of the game where you're waiting for a minute or two for the actual game to copy everything to floppy disk. Right, so I was thinking prayers. David's suggestion might have been born from his desire to escape from his nightmares. Koizu would like to know your location. I like it. It gives it that mystical vibe. Yeah, it's perfect. Let's go with that. What's up, Zeke? Do you know where Susanna is? I overslept, so I guess I missed her this morning. She mentioned having to make arrangements for tomorrow's concert and left. It was around 9 o'clock. Did you need her for something? No, not really. It's just I was going to check out one of those castles with Andrew later. I figured I'd ask if she wanted to come with us. Maybe. At that moment, Susanna was walking in the city, tailed by Detective Clark and his assistant Vince. Chief, she's just taking a nice stroll. From what I could learn, she's supposed to make arrangements for the band's next concert. Why did she take a cab? Why are we tailing her if we already know where she's going, Chief? It makes sense during the night, but now? That's just how it is. We've been asked to investigate her, and we don't have anything solid to report. We can't take it easy. Susanna was walking leisurely, as if she was having a good time shopping. Yeah, we can't really say that she gave us the slip when we tailed her last night, huh? Because you're not very good detectives. That's just how it is. We've been asked to investigate her, and we don't have anything solid to report. We can't take it easy. Yeah, it's just repeating this. I guess I've got her observer movements. Though she was in the shopping district, Susanna didn't seem interested in buying anything. She was simply walking around, glancing at her wristwatch from time to time. She keeps checking the time. Is she waiting for someone? If she's making arrangements for a concert, she's probably meeting a promoter. Keeps checking. Oh my god. Right. Susanna started walking again. After seemingly confirming the sign outside, Susanna walked into a cafe. Susanna started walking again. Oh, this bit. That loops apparently. Let's follow her, Vince. After confirming that Susanna took a seat at one of the tables in the back, Clark sat at one of the nearby tables. While Clark was drinking his coffee, a middle-aged man approached Susanna. After a brief greeting, he sat at her table. It's a man. No shit, Sherlock. Susanna and the middle-aged man started talking in a hushed tone. Clark and Vince couldn't hear their conversation. He doesn't look like a promoter. He looks more like the president of a bank or a CEO of a big company. The hunches are usually right, so let's assume this guy has nothing to do with music. Damn it, I can't hear what they're saying. That means it's not something they want people to hear. It's starting to think our lady does have something to hide. With the conversation seemingly over, Susanna said goodbye to the middle-aged man and left the table. Vince, did you see that? He gave her something as she was leaving. No, I never took my eyes off them and I didn't notice anything. Are you sure you didn't imagine that, Chief? Once Susanna had left the store, the middle-aged man left the table. We have to split up, Vince. You follow the man, find out who he is. I'll keep tailing our girl. Clark left the store and followed Susanna. Whatever it was she had been given, it was something she couldn't obtain publicly, and that was bothering him. Drugs! Susanna's cab left her in front of a building with a sign that read Elephant Entertainment. She went inside. She's probably not going to leave for a while. Here's hoping Vince can find some good stuff out about that man. Clark concluded that he shouldn't expect to find out anything else by tailing Susanna. Now loading. Meanwhile, David and Andrew were on a sightseeing tour of the old castles of Loira. They considered getting on a tourist bus, but since they wanted to be able to get back at a moment's notice, they decided to take a cab to one of the castles Andrew saw in a book. Excuse me. After about 1 hour, they arrived at the castle of that, near the river Indra. Azay Rideau. Yeah, that's a long word. Look at that, it's amazing. Look at the castle. The castle was picturesque. It was erected on a small island in the middle of the river. It was a breathtaking sight. It's got a drawbridge and all. How cool is that? It's like you've never seen a castle before. It says here the castle is best seen from the outside. Apparently the room's all closed to the public. There's a lot of castles in Loira, but I really like this one. It's like it came out of a fairy tale. I think it's a great change of pace. David and Andrew relaxed for a while near the old castle, eating an ice cream. Then they took a cab to the next castle in their tour. Before Andrew could mention the next stop, David ended up telling the driver to go to the castle of Chinon. Castle of Chinon, huh? Oh, you didn't know anything about this castle. Oh well, we have a lot of time on our hands. Taxi headed for Chinon. Get the feeling he knows where he's going. They had arrived. There was a shop selling souvenirs and pamphlets about the castle. When David entered the shop, he was surprised by what he saw. Allegedly, inside the castle of Chinon, there was a small museum dedicated to Joan of Arc. This was the castle where Joan of Arc had conveyed the message from God to Charles VII. What's wrong, David? You're looking a bit pale there. Though this castle sat along the banks of the River Vienne, there's more of a dilapidated fortress. David murmured to himself, "Did Joan of Arc call for me?" Yeah, this is a castle famous for Joan of Arc's history, but I don't think it's the kind of castle you'd like to visit. I just remember the name. I might have heard about it because it was where Joan of Arc first became famous. Well, we've seen it now. Happy? Let's go see a cool one like the Castle of Chambord. Time to get a taxi! They took another cab and made for Chambord. Once they arrived, they observed the castle from the outside. See, now this is a castle. The castle of Chambord had an overall symmetrical form. Its castle walls form a rectangle, with cylindrical buildings at each angle. Yeah, I guess unlike the Castle of Chinon, this one is really imposing. What a sight, eh? These circular constructions were rare at the time, you know. We've come all this way, why don't we go inside? Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Castles are really meant to be seen from the outside. They turned the inside into a tourist attraction. I hate that crap. If you want to see how a castle really looks like inside, we should go to Amboise. Then let's do that. Castle of Amboise? Yeah, there's this tower with a diameter of 21 meters. It's called the Minimes Tower. Mini-Me Tower. The Mini-Me! The castle itself is really big too. It'll take us a while to check it all out. Sounds like a good idea though. Let's go sightseeing via video games. And so they took another cab, heading for the Castle of Amboise. At least we don't have to pay taxi frames. What's up, Maury? The taxi arrived at the Castle of Amboise. So cool. Look outside. Said that at the time of its construction, the castle grounds had an overall triangular shape, with a base of 180 meters and two sides of 200 meters, but all that is left now is the large circular tower facing the Loire River and the central building. Oh, you came from birthday. Happy birthday. I know it's not yours, but happy birthday. If I can see why you recommended it, it's incredible. It is basically an excuse to go on a European vacation. Can't wait to go inside the Mini-Me! Mini-Me. Come on, let's go inside and tell the guys about it later. Let's go! The Mini-Me's! Andrew walked towards the castle entrance with childlike glee. Andrew must have been forcing himself in order to cheer up David. David was aware of that but kept it to himself, silently appreciating his efforts. They paid the entrance fee and went inside. Look at this courtyard, it's amazing. It's a courtyard. It's way bigger than I thought it would be. It says here that since the walls were built out of solid rock, they could withstand cannonballs as long as they weren't fired from up close. Andrew, look at the walls, there's blood on them. Really? There's no way there would still be blood after all this time, man. It's just dirt. You're right, it has to be dirt. I just assumed it was bloodstains. For some reason I keep having these weird thoughts lately. Come on, let's go inside. Oh, hello. Just as Andrew urged him to come, David noticed a human face through one of the castle windows. David was sure that the face was glaring at him. David looked away for a moment. When he looked back, the face was no longer there. The face just disappears. When he looked back towards the entrance, he could no longer see Andrew. He had either gone inside or outright left. David hurried inside the castle. Right, I'm safe. I'm eating at the moment. Just taking a quick snack break during data loading. Especially considering I'm narrating the entire game, I need to have a drink as well. Excuse me. Yeah, this game is actually really good though. It's actually quite short. I think it's about 6 hours long, something like that. If you're just doing what I'm doing. It's actually shorter if you just fly through it yourself. But there's like, I think 5 or 6 or something endings in this game. There's a couple of branches that actually spread out to a variety of different endings. Which is why the save system and the translation actually allows you to save on the number keys. Which is pretty good. Blue Detroit Blues, what's up? But you actually need to make full use of all the saves that are in this game, like the save slots, in order to see everything in this. It's not the first time I've played this though. Excuse me. The only sound David could hear inside the castle was the sound of his own footsteps bouncing off the stone walls. There was not a person in sight. Thank you for the follow there. Zaffo 266. No, 256. Thank you for the follow. David moved in deeper, looking for Andrew. Until he reached a room blocked by iron bars. Look through the iron bars. Whoa! The moment he approached the room, a dirty man grabbed David's shirt through the iron bars. What are you doing? Let me go! You're the Dark One, the Devil King! You'll use your forbidden magic to bind us and kill us. But our king will never allow your evil. Why are you calling me Devil King? I'm a musician. Enough of your nonsense. You think you're safe because you locked me in here, do you? You're wrong. Behold my magic. The man closed his eyes and began chanting a spell. David unconsciously thrust both hands forward. Somehow the man disappeared from the room instantly. David had no idea what had just happened. He felt like he was in one of his dreams. After calming down, he went on ahead. He found another room blocked by iron bars. Look through the iron bars. There was a man crouching inside the room. He looked as if he was about to die. What are you doing in here? Devil King, you're alive. As long as you stand, the Dark Clan shall live eternal. Why'd you call me so? I'm not this Devil King of yours. You don't have to hide it from me, my lord. I am Sherman of the Dark Clan. I suppose you couldn't recognize me in this pitiful state. Once again, David had been called Devil King, thus he decided to act out his role. If you have something to tell me, speak at once. I was sure the Dark Clan had fallen. I swore revenge, but my life has reached its end. I can die in peace after meeting you one more time, my lord. Devil King, please avenge our Dark Clan. Those words took the last bit of energy he had left. The man fell to the floor. He was dead. David tried opening the gate, but it was locked. Shit happening, apparently. Like how this bit, the text crawl stutters a little bit. David started walking aimlessly. He could barely focus. David noticed something on the ground. On a closer look, he realized there was a dirty doll. Don't come any closer. David looked around. He couldn't find anyone. You heretical nightmare. David was paralyzed by the shock of his discovery. He found the owner of the voice. It was the doll. The moment he attempted to grab the doll, David screamed out loud. The doll released a white light, blinding David. David, what are you looking at? Come on, let's go inside the castle. Following Andrew's voice, David could hear the murmur of the tourists and the voice of the guide describing the castle. What's wrong, David? You're not looking too good. It's nothing, I'm fine. As if nothing had ever happened, David resumed the castle tour and then went back to the hotel. Weird shit happening. After returning to the hotel, the front desk clerk called out to him. Mr. David? Might need to put a save down here actually. Put on 7. Right. David's book. Did you call me? There was a visitor for you around 11, but you weren't available. He left a message for you. What does it say? Here it is. The clerk handed David an envelope. Aha! David opened the envelope on the spot and read the message. I have something very important to tell you. Come see me at the house on 247 Rue de Bluet. Whenever you want, I'll be waiting for you. Can you tell me more about who gave you this message? David considered that it might just be a prank from a crazed fan, but there was something about it that really bothered him. There was a man in his 60s. When asked for his name, he said you would know as soon as you read the message. He left before I could inquire more. Yeah, so one of the major branches of the story is coming up. So I dropped a save just as I got that. I think the actual proper branch is coming up though. I see, thank you. David had a bad feeling about the situation. Andrew had gone back to his room, so David decided to go to Rue de Bluet by himself. As he didn't know the layout of the town, David hailed a cab in front of the hotel. Bluet, that's a 30-minute drive from here. Just a heads up, there's nothing interesting for a tourist over there. This is Beaujon Boulevard. We're almost on Rue de Bluet. 30-minute drive though is fine. Just it's money for you and a taxi dude. This is 242 Rue de Bluet. 247 is probably in that alley up ahead, but cars can't go in there. David got out the taxi and entered the alley the driver pointed him to. After walking for a while, he saw a crowd gathered in front of a house. Back off, nothing to see here, keep walking. Once the police opened a way through the crowd, David saw they were carrying a stretcher covered in a white sheet. Why would anyone kill the old fortune teller? It's not like he made a lot of money. David started thinking the man who left him that message might have been this very fortune teller. He felt as if his dreams and reality were mixing together. The chill ran up his spine at the thought he might have been the cause of yet another murder. David hurried back to the hotel. Back to the hotel, David could hear Martin playing the guitar in his room. He decided to go in. Alan was also there. Welcome back. Sounds like you've written a good song, Martin. Yep. Did you enjoy your castle tour? That must have been tiring. Yeah, we just killed somebody. Yeah, Andrew picked the best ones from his book, so it was a nice experience. David decided to keep the hallucination he had to himself. You know, I had no idea Andrew was into that stuff. Where's Andrew, by the way? What, he was tired and went to sleep? What a baby. Sometime later. Andrew entered the room with a grim look on his face. Spill it. Hey Andrew, why the long face? Said the man to the horse. I left my room after taking a little nap and I saw this weird old man in front of David's room. I didn't care about him at first, I just passed by him and kept walking. But I turned back for some reason and... You think I'm crazy, but the old man was gone like he was never there. So what you're saying, it was a ghost? Maybe you brought one back from one of those castles. I left my room after taking a little nap and I saw this weird old man. Oh, I'm saying that one again. Is it, Martin? Yeah. Cut it out. No spooky talk in my room. David felt his legs about to give out. Could that have been the ghost of the murdered fortune teller? The thought made him feel sick. He needed to lie down in bed as soon as possible. Guys, I'm feeling pretty tired myself. I'll go take a nap. David hoped the others wouldn't notice his current state of mind. I don't think I've played .hack on PS2, so I can't really say anything about the music. The music's not exactly what I would say fitting for like this kind of game though, but in places it's actually pretty good. Back in his room, David crawled into his bed and tried to sleep, but for some reason he was completely unable to do so. I don't get it. I should be dead tired, but I can't fall asleep. I don't know, I'll ask Susanna for some of her pills. I hope she's still up. There was a knock on the door. Who could it be? Andrew? David dragged his tired feet along the room and opened the door. Whoa. It wasn't any of his friends, it was an old man he'd never seen before. David jumped back, forgetting about all his fatigue. The old man entered the room, looking at him. Who are you? Leave, now! Devil King, it is I, Michelle the Sorcerer. I came to warn you about a terrible trap. This Devil King crap again, I've heard enough of it. It's going to be a bloodbath, my lord, you must listen to me. Who are you? I don't know any Michelle. Have you forgotten about me, my lord? I took care of you during your childhood. Devil King, at this rate you will turn into a vengeful demon and be banished from this realm. Why would I turn into a demon? How could you, the Devil King, not know about the forbidden powers you possess? Could it be? At that moment, Susanna entered the room. David, what's going on? Who's this old man? Ling? I should have known. If you're here, then we're too late. Devil King, you have only one option left. You must die. Please die. The face. I forgot about the face. Suddenly the old man jumped at David's throat, strangling him. Do we get the hands as well? Yeah, we get the hands as well. Please die, I beg you, my lord. David, watch out! Run away! Susanna pulled the old man, desperately trying to get him off of David. With the strength he had left, David screamed, trying to push the old man away. That's David Scream 2.wav. The slightly lower pitched version. He's gonna wake up though. It gets better as time goes on this game though, it's so good. David! Open up, David, are you okay? It was another dream. David jumped out of the bed. Neither the old man nor Susanna were in his room. The moment he realized it was but another dream, he heard knocking on the door. Susanna was calling him. Yeah, chill radio remix. Yeah, that was an awesome face. Like I said, the faces get really good as well later on in some of the endings. Once he opened the room, David realized that Susanna looked very worried. Did you have another nightmare? I heard you screaming from the corridor. Yeah, I guess I did. Perfect timing. I just bought some new pills that should be very effective. You should try them. Pills here! Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Even in my dreams someone was trying to kill me and you came to my rescue. I'm really grateful. Wow, I was in your dream, I'm flattered. Anyway, you should take these pills and have a good night. Susanna handed the pills to David. David looked at the small bottle, feeling glad for Susanna's kindness. He took a few and went back to bed. I love that face though, that face was so good. Need some more janky games with some good faces. David was awakened by a mild scent of musk. Mild scent of Elon Musk. Where? Everything about his room was different, from the bed to the rest of the furniture. You could hear the voice of a man coming from within the room. A man approached him from the back of the room. That's a good face. Are you awake, my king? King? Who are you? I apologize for the rude awakening. I am the sorcerer Hawkeye. At that moment he heard the voice of a woman who then walked in from the back of the room. Lady Susanna, the king is awake. Sus-Anna! Then let us begin the sacred ritual. Very sus-Anna! Susanna, her clothes are different, but she definitely looks and sounds like her. King of the beasts, you who are both king and priest, O god of darkness, drink the water of life. Hawkeye offered David a bowl filled with water. What is this water? Divine water from the Star of Darkness. Only you, the king, are allowed to drink it. You must drink it during the morning ritual. Susanna took the bowl from Hawkeye and handed it to David. David first took a sip and then drank the entire content of the bowl. Terrible energy flowed through him. He felt as if his body was going to explode. Ah, Susanna, help me! David screamed 3.wav. Slightly elongated version. And then he wakes up again. Dreams and reality just blurring together. David, are you okay? I thought I was going to burn. David came to his senses once he heard Susanna's voice. He looked around and he realized he was in his hotel room. You going to bed, Murray? I'll catch you later, yeah? Thanks for watching, dude. Don't have a hangover. Dee. As he hurriedly got dressed, he told Susanna about what he had just seen. Andronian, what's up? Good evening. Time for more pills. It was one of my weirdest dreams yet. You were there again, the War of Life, this man called Hawkeye. This is so weird. It's been barely 3 minutes since you took the pills and you were already dreaming? You might be hypersensitive to these pills. It was one of my weirdest dreams yet. Oh, okay. So she's just saying like, come on, you have a concert tomorrow. You better get some rest or you're not gonna feel well. Sus Anna left the room. I don't know what those pills are exactly, but I feel full of energy. He's taken some E, hasn't he? The following morning, David started writing lyrics as if he was a different man. He had never felt so full of energy before. Those are some good drugs, yo. That night they performed at their final concert in France. The crowd was cheering on them even before they started playing the intro to their first song. Once again, Clark and Vince were tailing Susanna. Doesn't this make your heart pound, Chief? This is going to be a great night. I'm not going to comment on your tastes in music, Vince, but keep your eyes on the stage area. Let me know if anyone approaches Susanna. I looked up that man from yesterday. He's just the president of a trading company. The next destination is Italy. I say we can take it easy, Chief. As for our President Flannel, I've had the London Association of Detectives look into him. Soon we'll know whether he's innocent or guilty. President Flannel. Man, David's on fire tonight. Don't you feel like bursting into flames yourself? That's a bit odd. The crowd was starting to get carried away by David's increasing enthusiasm. It's shit music, but I can see why young people would like it. I think they're getting a little too crazy though. Just look at Clark's face. Oh god, I love this game. It's so good. He's getting into it, like he's saying it's shit, but he's actually really getting into it. Though he said that, Clark was moving his body to the rhythm. Sundown Puma. As the song progressed, the crowd went into a frenzy. Basking in their energy, David became even more excited. There was a bit of a panic when various people passed out, but in the end nobody was hurt and the concert ended without issue. Yeah, I mean, even shit music can be good if it's done properly at live. The crowd was still screaming in excitement even after the band returned to their waiting room. Man, you're amazing tonight, David. I can't stop shaking. What got into you? I almost lost my mind out there. Me too, at one point. I think I was playing in a trance or something. You probably were. I know, right? I could have kept playing until morning. I was so out of it that I don't even remember being on stage. If David keeps singing like this, we might get knighted by the Queen herself. What? How does that happen? Seriously, man, what happened? I don't know what to say. Once I got on stage, I felt so full of energy, like I made a pact with the devil. Susanna joined them. Her face was flushed as if she hadn't calmed down from the excitement yet. David, you are great tonight, but we've got trouble. The audience won't leave the venue. We're having security bring a car as soon as they can. Don't go outside just yet. It was a late night when the band finally returned to the hotel. Still got quite a lot of game left to go, actually. David went to bed, still excited from the concert. He fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He woke up the next morning. It had been a long time since he last felt so refreshed. David smiled. The band took a plane to Rome, Italy, the location of their next concert. So got quite a fair bit to go, actually. It was night when they arrived. They went straight to the hotel. They went to bed early, starting to feel the fatigue from their previous performance. Of course. Once again, David had no nightmares that night. He greeted his friends in the morning, feeling good. For now. It was past noon when the band gathered in the lobby. Concert is tomorrow night. What do we do today? They told me we can't visit Rome until after the concert because of all the fans in the area. We can't even walk around the hotel. Well, that sucks. Hold on. David rocked the music world with his last performance. Susanna had to hire extra bodyguards to keep our fans from gathering in front of the hotel. We'll just have to stay inside for the time being. This is bullshit. Susanna's being a worrywart. We're young, we don't need to rest this much. Yes, you do. Then why don't we rent a studio and practice the new song? I'd like to announce it at our last concert in London. Sounds like a great idea. Oh, I like that. Ending our tour with a new song. If David sings it with that energy, we'll be topping all charts. Yeah, staying cooped up in the hotel would drive us crazy. Let's rent a studio and make some noise. Susanna agreed with their plan and made arrangements with their promoter to rent a studio. Yeah, let's go. For the band, there was nothing better than being inside a recording studio late at night. They all started practicing, Martin first and foremost, but... David, what's the matter with you? Vocals and instruments are all over the place. Okay, that's Andrew. What's wrong? Your voice is slurred. It's like your head is somewhere else. David's been working hard since that performance. Maybe he's getting tired. David, I think you should go back and get some rest. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll be a mess during the actual concert. Now that you mention it, he's looking a bit pale. We'll keep practicing a little more. Why don't you head back to the hotel and get some rest? Sure. David was starting to feel tired after entering the studio, but after seeing his friends so full of energy, he decided to keep his condition to himself. Guess I am tired. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to leave first. Don't worry about me, you keep working on the song. Excuse me. David left the studio and took a cab to the hotel. After leaving the studio, all that tension vanished, leaving him extremely tired, so much that he could barely hear the voice of the driver talking to him. Sir, we're here. Where is here exactly? Oh, the hotel. David stepped out the cab, which then disappeared into the night. The lights in front of the hotel were still on, but there were no crazed fans in sight. David sighed in relief and walked through the door. He rubbed his eyes. It was dark inside and there were no signs of people. What kind of hotel did you go into? If it's dark inside, God. The lobby's usually got somebody in it. Not one of those cheap-ass French hotels, is it? Gotta go in through the back door most of the time. That wasn't the hotel. There was a solid stone building that was crumbling apart, as if it had been bombed. Excuse me. For reasons unknown even to himself, David began to walk. Where the hell are we now? As he reached what appeared to be the entrance, he realized that it was some kind of ancient building made of stone and bricks. Where am I? There's nothing else I can do but go inside. Inside there were stone pillars lined up like in a temple. However, the ceiling and many of the pillars had been destroyed. The night sky was visible. How did I get here? This was supposed to be the hotel. There seems to be a way further in. Guess I'll have to follow it. There was a room in the back of the temple, but it was in ruins. Nobody was inside. This place is ancient. Maybe I'm so tired that instead of the hotel I went inside some historical ruins or something. I can see the sky ahead, a little further and I should be out. The building was in shambles, as if it had been hit by an earthquake. With many paths blocked by rubble, he was unable to simply walk forward. I see a clear path ahead, just a little further, I'm almost there. You could see what appeared to be a courtyard, or maybe the entrance of the building. I thought I was finding out, but it looks like I'm still inside the building. What ruins are these anyway? I have no idea what I'm doing. Excuse me. As he stepped through the entrance, he found himself in an ancient building made of stone and bricks. What the? I've been here already, but there's no way I've been going in circles. I'll just go inside and remove all doubts. That's a great idea, isn't it? He entered a temple with ruined stone pillars. See, it's a temple from earlier. I must be in one of my nightmares. I can see outside the building from there. I'll just climb over the wall, that'll do the trick. The night sky was visible beyond the destroyed room. Yeah, just like I thought. Forget the path, I'm climbing over the wall this time. Just as he was about to climb over, David heard a human voice from the path he ignored. David stopped climbing the wall and ran through the path, trying to reach the source of the voice. The path was full of stones and bricks from nearby fallen buildings. You could hear a man groaning from the building in front of him. Whoever he is hurt, I need to help him. By reflex, David ran towards the source of the voice. Just keep getting yourself into trouble there, David. Wow. An old man came out from a crack in a wall. There was blood flowing out of his chest. Please don't kill me. The old man stared at David, full of fear. You're hurt. Don't move. I'll go find help. So you're not one of them. Please stay here. They'll finish me off if you leave me alone. But if I stay here, you'll... What should I do? I'm already doomed. I have one final request. I want you to deliver this to the man they call the Devil King of Darkness. The old man held out a piece of cloth akin to a handkerchief with his bloodstained hands. The Devil King of Darkness. David retracted his hand before he could take the cloth. What are you talking about? Who is this Devil King? I don't understand. These people killed my master. With his last breath he told me to deliver this cloth. Deliver this to the followers of the Devil King. Tell them that unless they kill the person bearing the crest drawn on this cloth, our Dark Lord will never return. My master died shortly after. That's when they started coming after me. I beg of you, carry on the duty my master has given me. While David was still weighing his options, he felt the presence of people around him. It's them, they've come for me! Take this cloth and go, hurry! The old man put the cloth in David's hand. From the shadows about 10 figures attacked them both. Whoa! As the old man screamed, the hatchet-like weapon was swung towards David's shoulder. Again? David felt an intense shoulder pain. I have to keep checking to see if someone's raided every time that happens at the moment. David screamed .wav. Are you okay, sir? Please bear with it, we're almost at the hotel. David realised he had never left the cab. He must have fallen asleep at one point. He felt a chill run down his spine thinking back to his nightmare. When the taxi arrived at the hotel, he found Susanna waiting for him at the entrance. As David was about to get out, the driver told him, "Sir, you forgot something." Say what? There was a piece of cloth on his seat. The driver handed it over to David and drove off. When he looked at the handkerchief, David felt a chill run down his spine once again. That was the cloth with the crest, the same one the old man gave him in his dream. David tried to convince himself that it must have belonged to another customer. Not wanting Susanna to notice it, he put it in his pocket. Weird stuff happening. I heard from Martin on the phone. "David, are you okay? You're not looking very good." I know, I was doing so great and then all of a sudden I'm feeling very tired. Though he spoke with a steady tone, it was obvious he could barely stand. "Come on, lean on my shoulder. I'll help you." Excuse me. The gas. David put his arm on Susanna's shoulder and they both entered the hotel. David welcomed the feeling of Susanna's warmth from the elevator all the way to his bed. As her warmth left him, David thought back to the cloth with the crest. He was sure he would have another nightmare if he were to fall asleep. God. Right. Excuse me. "I'll stay here until you fall asleep. Just relax and have a good night." "Susanna, I feel like I'm gonna have another nightmare. Don't you have any more of those pills?" "Can't take them through customs." "Of course I do. I always bring them with me since they're so important for you. Here you go." David took the pills Susanna gave him. "Thank you. This tour would have been a disaster without you. I owe you another one." "I'd do anything for you, David. Call me if you feel like you're going to have another nightmare. I'll be your knight and vanquish all your enemies." That's really not a good choice of words given what we've been seeing so far, though. "I'll do that, though usually the man is the knight saving the damsel in distress. I guess it's the opposite with us." Oh dear, exactly. "It's time you lied down. The pills should kick in soon. Oh, I should put on a do not disturb hanger on the door. Once the guys are back, we'll come see how you're doing." "Thank you, Susanna. I think the pills are kicking in. Good night." Time for fun stuff to happen, is it? D&D gaming. David felt his body burning hot. The pills were probably starting to have their effect. Susanna turned the lights off and was going to leave the room when David seemed to have fallen asleep. Falling asleep? "David, what's wrong?" David was tossing and turning. Susanna threw herself onto David, desperately attempting to hold him down with her body. Suddenly David lost all his strength. Susanna wiped the sweat from David's brow. "Are you okay now?" That's a paradox. Yeah, I also scream when I finally fall asleep. "I am. It must be one of the side effects of the pills, just like the other time." David gasped. He realized that Susanna, her face, her soft body, was on top of him. "Susanna, please don't leave me alone. Stay with me. Without you, I'll..." David held Susanna tight and they exchanged a kiss. Well, things are happening now. Just the kind of music you want for lewd scenes, is it? At that time, Clark and Vince were staking out the hotel. "Isn't it about time we called it a night, Chief?" Yeah, I guess. I don't think Susanna's gonna leave the hotel while David's not feeling well. How the hell did you know David wasn't feeling well? Is David gonna be okay? He's got a concert tomorrow. I don't know. They went and rented a studio to practice and all, but he came back on his own. Must have been damn tired. You gotta be tough to be in this line of work. Whether it's detective work or being in a band. Din, 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 din. Clark and Vince got into their car and drove away from the hotel. I've got to stretch. God. birds. David had never felt so good in the morning before. Susanna wasn't there, but her scent still lingered on the bed. Excuse me? But after taking a shower, David looked in the mirror and his mood soured instantly. He had another bruise on the shoulder. It was as if the events of his nightmares also occurred in the real world. David shook his head as if to chase away the thought and left the bathroom. The late wake-up call was ringing. Moshi mosh! Hey, good morning, Susanna. I slept great last night. Really? I'm feeling better than ever. Really? What kind of face is that? It looks weird when it's red. I'm glad to hear that. Today you'll have your first performance in Italy. Good luck, David. Thank you, Susanna. After hearing Susanna's voice, David forgot all about his nightmares. What the shit? Oh, once the sun had set, the first concert in Rome began. David, let's make it happen again tonight. Come on, let's go. David, take us by the storm. What the? As David walked under the spotlight, he was greeted by the cheers of his fans. The moment the song's intro started playing, the crowd screamed so loudly that the stage itself seemed to tremble. Man, they are loud. The crowd's excitement would only increase as the band kept playing, to the point where it had become next to impossible to keep them in check. While David screamed the song, some among the audience were scratching their faces into a bloody mess. At first it was only one, but this behaviour was seemingly spreading. Oh god, what the hell? The sound of the ambulance's sirens only added to the song's power as paramedics with their stretchers came and went uninterruptedly. A police officer spoke to Susanna. Could you please interrupt the concert? At this rate it won't be long before we start having casualties. Look at them, officer. They're not even listening to the music anymore. It's the song itself that fuels them. Work with me here, okay? I'd rather not have to fire my gun. Italian cops with guns? I'll see what I can do. Susanna herself was worried about the crowd going berserk. Lost in thought, she gazed upon David, who was standing at the very edge of the stage. During the song's interlude, David approached Susanna. I'm doing great, Susanna! You're on fire tonight, David. And they're scratching their faces off. Sing the next song for me. Make it something sweet and kind. Okay, let the others know. Once the song's over, have them turn down the lights. David returned to the stage. The song ended and the lights went down. The crowd was getting more and more agitated as their surroundings grew darker. A slow and calm intro started playing. The audience didn't calm down, however, as if they weren't actually listening. When David started singing, everything changed. The crowd stopped screaming and moving. They religiously listened to his voice. Clark and Vince were once again attending the concert. Why are they changing the song? I like the other one better. Because they're not complete morons. Had they kept going with the same energy, someone would have died tonight. Eh? What's the big deal? People die every day. Vince! Yeah, this one's good. I'm actually enjoying this one. Who knew David could sing like this? Vince was like, who gives a shit if people die? Before long, the venue fell silent. Men and women were kissing while David sang. Oh, it's one of those kinds of songs, is it? The song ended and the lights were dimmed even further. Encore! 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 The lights on the stage were turned on once again. All at once, the beat of the synths filled the venue once more. The audience cheered as the performance changed from calm to energetic once more. The frenzy began anew, but never with the same intensity as earlier. There was no longer a risk of casualties. Overall, the concert in Rome was a success. God. Snack time! I know, right? Ah, there we go. Excuse me. Might have to might have to grab another drink in a sec. Oh, right. I think we've got a major branch coming up in a sec. After returning to the hotel, the band celebrated their latest success with beer. Beer's always good. David felt slightly under the weather, so he decided to return to his room without drinking. Good idea. He was going to be taking a lot of pills soon. I don't think I'm going to have nightmares tonight. That has to be thanks to Susanna's pills. David went to bed feeling grateful towards Susanna. After he closed his eyes, he could still hear the crowd cheering him on. He was looking forward to the next concert. Before long, David was drifting away. But right then, he felt a presence. Someone was there. Luke, I know what you're getting for Christmas. I have felt your presence. Who's there? Wake up. There was an old man beside him. You are... David jumped out of the bed in horror and surprise. You must solve the secret of the crest I've given you. You promised me this as I was dying. You're the man from my dream. A dream? Don't be a fool. They killed me right before your eyes. Now I'm forced to roam this world as a spirit, never leaving your side until you realize my wish. You're a ghost? At this rate, they'll come after you. If you solve the mystery of the crest, you should be able to meet the Devil King. Then your life will be spared and I will move on to the next plane of existence. How am I supposed to solve this mystery? Had I figured that out, I wouldn't be asking you now. Now I can only appear before you every night and haunt you until my wish is realized. Well, that sucks. This is ridiculous. Why did you have to push this problem on me? Well, shit. The old man was no longer in his room. I know, right? Not my problem now. David opened the door and walked out into the hallway. Uh-oh. David was intent on finding the old man, but as he approached the elevator, several men came out of it and began to approach him. It's them! David ran back into the hallway. He reached Susanna's room and started banging on her door. Susanna, please open up! David, what's wrong? Doesn't look like Susanna at all usually. Susanna, open the door. David, what's wrong? Susanna opened the door. There's a bunch of weird people outside our rooms. Susanna looked in the direction David was pointing at. A few men were entering the elevator. Looks like they got off on the wrong floor. David, I think you're a bit too nervous. Susanna gave him a goodnight kiss and went back inside her room. Well, shit. Hearing Susanna's voice was enough to calm him down. David returned to his room. He went to bed and tried falling asleep, still worried about that old man. Ding, ding, ding. The following day the band was supposed to go sightseeing Rome, but David was still worried about what that old man had told him. He decided to stay at the hotel after pretending to not feel well. While he was alone in his room thinking about his problems, Susanna walked in. "What's wrong, David? The guys already left." "You should have seen them. They were wearing sunglasses and fake mustaches. I guess celebrities can't go have fun like normal people, eh?" "Hi, Susanna. Sorry I woke you up last night." "You woke me up? I'm not sure I understand. I was dead tired after yesterday's performance. I'm pretty sure I slept until 9 AM without interruptions." "But that's impossible. Don't you remember those people who got off on the wrong floor?" "Are you sure that wasn't another dream? Maybe the pills didn't work." "I think they work a little too well." David couldn't believe what had happened the previous night was simply a dream. Which part was real? Which part was a dream? Did he actually meet the ghost of that old man? The more he thought about it, the crazier everything felt. No, this is going to repeat, isn't it? "David, calm down. You'll lose your mind if you don't relax. Come on, tell me what happened last night." "Blurt it out." David could no longer keep it all to himself, so he showed Susanna the cloth with the crest. He told her everything, starting from the old man. Yep, okay. "It's definitely a nice crest, but something that leaves your dreams and enters reality. That's scary to think of. As long as I have this in the real world, I have to grant that old man's wish, even if it only happens in my dream." "Maybe you can learn something by finding out more about this crest. There has to be some kind of reference book about coats of arms at the library." "Good idea. Didn't think of that, but I don't know Italian at all. Can you come with me, Susanna?" "Let's go on a date." "Of course, it'll be like a date." I'm looking forward to it. Dee dee. Dee 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 dee. The two of them left the hotel from the back door, making sure not to be noticed. They hailed a cab and went to the library. And heard this playing in the background. One specific car was following their taxi. "Your hunch was spot on, Chief. I'll admit I was kind of worried when you told me we didn't have to keep watching the front door, but there you have it. When you're acting out of the ordinary, you don't want to be noticed. It's human nature." "But she's with David today. Maybe they're just on a date." "Or maybe she's going to meet some other guy, and he's just her alibi. A good detective never trusts appearances." "Remember that middle-aged man she met? Turns out he's the president of a trading company. He comes from old money. His hobby is golf. An upper-class gentleman through and through. Nothing suspicious whatsoever." And that is why it's suspicious. Why would Mr. Moneybags meet Suzanne in a cafe? That's the mystery we need to solve. When you put it that way, yeah, that's kind of weird. Oh, looks like the taxi entered Via del Corso. They're probably going to Piazza Venezia. Pizza Venezia. Maybe they're going to see some ancient Roman ruins at the Foro Romano. Maybe not. They took a right turn towards Piazza della Rotonda. To the library! We sure? They stopped in front of the Pantheon Museum. Let's get off and tail them on foot. Wait, the taxi's moving again. It didn't get off. Back to the chase. Wow. Vroom. Taxi stopped in front of a building a little further on. Okay, no mistake this time. They did get off. That's the Pantheon's library. Why? I get the museum, but why the library? Oh well. Get ready for books, Vince! The two detectives follow David and Susanna into the library. Inside the library, Susanna was talking to the clerk, with David interjecting as well from time to time. The clerk was speaking in English. After taking a look at the crest on the cloth David showed her, the clerk gave her answer. Coats of arms such as this have been traditional here in Italy since the Middle Ages. Even today, we often use newly designed coats of arms as company logos. Well, I thought it was just for old noble families. Finding this crest is going to be harder than we thought, David. That said, the clerk brought out a particularly thick book. This is our reference book on coats of arms. All the crests listed here have a name and a biography, so you can find out more in the reading room. Phew, this thing is heavy. I hope I can carry it myself. Freaking ginormous, isn't it? I like old books. David lifted the reference book and headed towards the reading room with Susanna. David and Susanna turned page after page, comparing the crest they held with those in the book. Clark and Vince walked past them and sat at a nearby table holding a magazine, looking inconspicuous. I think they're looking up coats of arms? Looks like it, but that handkerchief belongs to David. Susanna's only here to help him. Maybe they're looking for some cool design for a prop or something. No. I don't think so. If that's a coat of arms of David's family, it's possible this whole European tour was just a means to travel around Europe and find more information about that crest's history. I mean, you're close. Was there really a point in tailing Susanna today? Why, you had anything better to do? Besides, she might leave him at some point and go off on her own. Just speculating, sheesh. Anyway, look, I don't think they found whatever they're looking for. She closed that book with a sigh. It was a lost cause, really. There's tens of thousands of different coats of arms in Europe, including England. This kind of search would be hard for an expert, let alone for amateurs. The digital... Would have been easier if it were a Japanese family crest since there's relatively few of them, but European coats of arms? Yeah, good luck with those. They're leaving. Let's get moving. David and Susanna hailed another cab and left the library. Clark and Vince followed them in their own car. I mean, you would have noticed the car following you everywhere at this point in time, I think. It's not like they're being particularly conspicuous about it. David and Susanna visited the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale di Roma, but once again they were unable to find any conclusive evidence. They were told that the library in Piazza Navona owned a microfilm with unusual emblems, but it didn't contain the same crest they were looking for. David and Susanna decided to take a short break near the Trevi Fountain. Can't believe we couldn't find anything after searching this long. Oh well, since it happened in my dreams, maybe I'll need to look it up in my dreams too. Yeah, if only that worked. Can you give me a couple of coins? I want to make a wish in the Trevi Fountain. Susanna approached the Trevi Fountain, turned around and tossed the coins backwards. Yeah, apparently if they land in the fountain, your wish will come true. So what should we do now? I don't think visiting random libraries is going to work. Well, since we're already out and about, we might as well go for a little stroll. Oh, hold on, I should call the hotel. Susanna left to look for a payphone. Clark followed after her, unnoticed by David. Susanna came back. The guys aren't back yet. Why don't we grab a bite somewhere? Gosh, I was so focused on the search that I forgot about eating. Do you know any good place, Susanna? Yes, I know a good pizza place down the street. David and Susanna walked around Rome like a pair of lovers tailed by the two detectives. Once they reached Via del Tritone, they hailed a cab. Took another cab. We left our car at the Trevi Fountain though. Should we go get it? Not enough time. Get a cab. No, we'd lose them. Stop a cab. Of course, you gotta go get a cab while everyone else is driving around. As luck would have it, there was a cab ready to go. They got in and followed the car with David and Susanna. Vince, tell him to follow that cab. In Italian, preferably. Phew, we almost lost them. Man, cars in Rome sure drive fast. Makes for a fun ride though. They also drive crazy. It's like no road laws in France practically, in Rome practically. Susanna made 2 phone calls. She's probably gonna meet someone else at some point. 2 phone calls, okay. Yeah, all of Italy. Their car took a left towards Piazza di Spagna. My guess is they stopped looking for libraries and they're just gonna have a little bit of fun. The first call must have been to the hotel, but what about the other one? Yep, they're getting off in Piazza di Spagna. Look at Susanna, she's skipping like a child, her skirt aflutter. I feel so pathetic tailing a couple. Get a grip, Vince, this is work. Let's get going. Clark and Vince got off the taxi and kept following David and Susanna. Hold on, I thought they were going to the Piazza di Spagna, but they just entered Via Condotti. Where are we? If you want to be a good detective, you can't stop at first glances. My guess, they're going to grab a bite. Via Condotti is a major tourist route. There's a bit of everything nearby, from jewelry to Gucci stores, as well as restaurants and pubs. Bamacelli. Susanna stopped in front of a restaurant. Since we can eat Italian food at the hotel, why don't we try Japanese cuisine instead? This is Hamasei. I heard good things about it. Apparently this restaurant actually exists. Still. Japanese cuisine, eh? I've only ever had things like tempura and sushi. I'd really like to try sukiyaki and ochazuke. Okay, let's go in. Dave and Susanna entered the restaurant. Eat a lot of food! Seems a bit sus that she's actually going into this specific one though. There were many Japanese customers inside the restaurant. Each individual table was enclosed in its own box, so Clark and Vince were able to sit next to David and Susanna and listen to their conversation, without having to worry about being seen. Saki nomitai. Dave was talking to Susanna while they both ate from their sukiyaki saucepan. Man, this is making me hungry again. My gosh, this is delicious. It's been so long since I last had sukiyaki, and this soy soup goes perfectly with the meat. I haven't had sukiyaki for ages. What are those noodles? I thought they were tofu, but they're different. Crispier. They've absorbed the soup, so they're almost better than the meat. I might go make some noodles later. The kind of dye they call konjac. A diet food they call konjac. We should eat the meat and build up your stamina. I'll eat the konjac and watch my calories. The two of them were very impressed by the quality of the onigiri and the sukiyaki, which they happily devoured. Onigiri as well? From the nearby table, Clark and Vince were keeping an eye on them while eating. Chief, the sushi is good, but the sukiyaki looks divine. Oh man, that soup smells. Huh? Chief, the customer that just came in is walking towards Susanna. Who's this guy? A middle-aged man greeted Susanna. David, this is Mr. Demir from Demir Music. He's taking care of our performances in Italy. I'm Demir. Pleased to meet you. I came here to meet a colleague from a Japanese music firm and I happened to notice the two of you. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Mr. David. Please take a seat with us, Mr. Demir. Rome must be smaller than I thought. I never would have guessed I'd find you here. Are you visiting Piazza di Spagna? Mr. David, yes. Mr. David? Yes, officially David. Yes, though our main reason for being here was to find out more about a certain crest. A crest, you say? Collecting photos and drawings of coats of arms is actually a hobby of mine. What kind of crest would that be? That sounds kind of sus. David unfolded the cloth, revealing the crest. This is it. We've been hitting all the libraries we could find, but we couldn't find this specific crest in any reference book. Demon King David Astley. The son of Rick Astley, cousin. I have to admit, this is the first time I've seen such a magnificent crest. Where did you find it? Would you mind parting with it? Not until we find out anything about it. I'd like to find out which family it belongs first. Once I do, I'll gladly let you have it. You know, a long time ago, the British used to consult a fortune teller when looking for someone or something in Rome. The fortune tellers here are particularly accurate, you see. Sus! A fortune teller, huh? If you're considering it, I can introduce you to a good place, you know. Considering all the fortune tellers we speak to die suddenly, that might not be a good idea. Talking to a fortune teller seems interesting. How about it, David? It might be fun. Fun. It's in the alley next to the nightclub Paradise. There should be a sign that says Nuzzel. It's pretty well known in the area, so if you ask people around, they should be able to point you in the right direction. Nuzzel. Thank you, Mr. Demir. We'll go there as soon as we finish eating. Yeah, no problem, batteries. I'll catch you later. Have a good night. I'll probably go for another half an hour, because this game still has like a good 3 or 4 hours left, I think. And once you find out what you need, please contact me. I'd really like to have this crest. We'll go up until McCall actually starts streaming, whenever that is. I think he's playing the RoboCop at the moment. David and Susanna left the restaurant, tailed by Clark and Vince. Seriously? A fortune teller? You'd think they'd try asking a detective first. I mean, you're not going to know anything about it. At a glance, there's nothing suspicious about this Demir guy, but think about it, he just happened to come to that restaurant. He just happened to know a lot about crests. That's way too convenient. Problem is, we can't follow them inside the fortune teller's shop, can we? Oh, there's no Mac stream tonight, is it? Oh, that sucks. Well, I'll keep going, but we'll see where we get to, I think. I mean, it is Saturday, so it might be alright. I don't even know what time Mac finished, because when I got up this afternoon, fucking he was still streaming. They probably do strip shows at nightclubs in Rome. Maybe we should take a seat inside, grab something to bite and enjoy the show. It's part of the Italian experience. Yeah, that game is like about 30 or 40 hours long, I think. RoboCop Rogue City. It looks alright. There's quite a lot of jank in it I've seen though at the moment. Like, some of the animations look extremely dumb. Like when you first played it, when he was playing it for the first session, his partner character was trying to take cover, but she was standing in the middle of the room. So all she was doing was like standing in the middle of fire and then doing like the cover movement. And it's like, what are you trying to take cover behind? It looks so cheap. It looks alright, but I would probably buy it if it's cheap. Like, I wouldn't buy it for full price. I'm actually more interested in the Terminator game that they did like years before that. Because that looks like pretty good. That keeps going on sale on Steam. Should probably pick that up at some point. Suika game. God. Yeah, I can't do marathon streams like that. I think the longest stream I've actually managed to do was about 8.5 hours. I was playing Metroid Other M for some reason. Yeah, the game is ultra jank Gundam. It looks really, really cheap. It could be a good game to play, but there's just quite a lot of it that can actually take you out of the immersion. Like animations looking kind of funny. Like yesterday, there was a funny animation where someone was standing smoking, but I think they used the same animation for a taller character. So the guy was bringing the cigarette up to his neck and smoking. Yeah, it's because I actually wanted to play through the entire thing. It's only like an 8-hour game, so I did the entire thing in one sitting. And then I went back to it the following evening to finish off the epilogue. Yeah, I mean 30 hours is like a terrible amount of stream. I can't do marathon streams, and I don't really know why people do them. I mean, it's interesting to watch some of them, but I think bad things can happen to your health if you do that. I think the very last super long marathon stream I watched was Man vs. Game playing Arkham Knight, and I think he did 48 hours, and by that point he was practically hallucinating. So yeah, it's certainly not something I would do. At the very most I would probably do maybe 8 to 10 hours depending on the game, but any more than that and I just want to go to sleep. So yeah, it's not good for your health. That's pretty much why I don't stream like a stupid amount of time nowadays, like 4, maybe 5 hours depending on what I'm doing. Sometimes 6 if it's like a documentation stream and I'm particularly into the game. But I think 3 to 4 hours is more than enough for what I'd like to play. And if it's shmups, it's even shorter because I get completely drained after like a few credits of shmups. We'll see what happens though. But I'll keep going for a while, we'll see how I feel. I mean, it is a Saturday. Well, it's a Sunday now looking at my watch. But this game's pretty good, and I don't think it's too long. I think the next bit is in England after this. The neon sign reads Paradise. They're going into that alley. Now cut the crap and keep your eyes open. Dame Susanna entered the alley looking for Nuzzcell's shop. It sure is dark in this alley. It's the perfect place for a mugging. This should be the place, but I don't see any signs that say Nuzzcell. Real fortune teller shops wouldn't have a big sign. They get their customers mostly through word of mouth. It is said having too many customers lowers the energies. They don't do that if they don't think they need it though. Gee, Susanna, you know a lot about magic. At the beginning, well, they don't even know why they're tailing Susanna in the first place. They just know that Susanna's related to something kind of sus. So they're tailing her to try and get more information and to actually catch her doing something. I mean, the two detectives don't even know who their client is to begin with, so they're just doing it because they're getting paid at the moment. So far though, Susanna's been kind of suspect in a few things, but it's not like she's done anything bad, so they're just keeping an eye on her. She does give away a few things here and there though. I wonder how many people came here looking for it but give up because they can't find it. They'll be fine. Fortune tellers have powers, you know. They know when someone is looking for them and they put out a sign of some kind to help them find the place. They don't do that if they don't think they need it though. I mean, how would she know that? You're pretty knowledgeable about this. Yeah, see, exactly. There it is, it says Nuzzcell on the wall. Let's go inside, David. David looked at the letters on the wall. The inscription was the size of a business card. Impressed by Susanna's eyesight, he followed her through the door she opened. The fortune teller's house was wrapped in black curtains, so dimly lit that David and Susanna were forced to walk carefully, so as not to stumble. Ooh, yeah. 6 to 8 hours is quite a long time if you can handle it though. I mean, I don't usually have a lot of time to stream though, so because I work like 9 till 6ish most weekdays. Weekends I'm pretty much free though, but for the weekend, like the weekday streams, I don't usually stream a lot, so I can actually get some rest. Weekend streams are okay though. I mean, it's like coming up half 12 midnight at the moment. We'll keep going for a bit though. The voice of a man came from the back. Open the curtains! Yeah, I mean, as long as you take care of yourself, then you can probably handle those kinds of streams. David did as told and peered inside. The room beyond was also shrouded in black curtains. A single lit candle on the table provided a small source of light. There were no signs of the owner of the voice. Approach the table. I mean, you can tell my voice is going because I've been narrating since the very beginning of the stream. Excuse me. David and Susanna approached the table, as told. Well met, I am Michael, the fortune teller. The candle flickered at Michael's words, as if the voice came from the candle itself. It seems you've been looking for someone. Yeah. Mine usually does start going after a few hours though. How do you know? We didn't say anything yet. I am no mere fortune teller. I am a real sorcerer, wielder of dark magics with a K. At the mention of dark magics, David wondered if he wasn't in another one of his dreams. David, what should we do? I'm scared. There is nothing to be afraid of. Simply tell me the age and the name of the person you're looking for. If you've brought any of their belongings, leave them on the table. I mean, I occasionally do narration streams when I'm playing games like this, but the one thing I have set up like a while ago that I like to use whenever I'm doing like these kinds of games, like PC-88, PC-98, is the text tractor into text-to-speech. That way I don't have to narrate at all. And it works pretty well, actually. I can just sit there and laugh at the narration. But that actually saves my voice a lot. Unfortunately, I can't do it in this game because, while this emulator does have like text hook abilities, the emulator itself is like really badly optimized for AMD CPUs, and it doesn't run very well on my PC. Yes, Bender knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's funny as hell. We will do some more PC-98 at some point though. We will do some more PC-98 at some point. We might actually look at that RPG that we saw in that book yesterday, the computer adventure game book. I actually bookmarked that PC Engine game because the PC-98 game because it looked pretty good. So we might actually do that depending on how much of this we get through today. Excuse me. Right. David spread the cloth with the crest on the table and spoke up. I want to find the owner of the coat of arms embroidered on this handkerchief. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about this person. Just from this piece of cloth? I guess it's impossible just from the crest. Silence, woman! I could easily find out with my dark arts, but I would extinguish yet another one of the lights of my life if I were to do so. If it's a matter of money, we have it. How much? Do you think I'd exchange my very life for money? I have more money than I'd ever need. I won't use my magic for someone who ignores the value of life. Leave! The flame of the candle swayed violently. Mr. Michael, if you truly are a sorcerer as you'd claim, would you refuse to help us after seeing us in person? The black curtains moved. Michael was apparently looking at Susanna and David. Michael let out a gasp. My apologies. I shall proceed to use my dark magics. David was going to ask Susanna about the sudden change in Michael's attitude, but he was interrupted before he could. Excuse me. I will attempt to follow the residual thoughts on this cloth, but I cannot do this myself. I must borrow your energy waves. Our energy waves? I don't get it, but if it helps us solve the mystery of this crest, go ahead. Thank you. I shall now follow the residual thoughts and send you what I perceive. Abandon all trivial thoughts and open your mind. Let us begin. Once he could no longer hear Michael's voice, David felt some kind of weight in his mind. He thought to himself that he was receiving Michael's thoughts. David tried to focus on this weight, but nothing seemed to happen. Then he started feeling drained for some reason. Then he heard Michael's voice, or rather, his voice resonated from within his head. The ancestors of the owner of this cloth betrayed the Devil King. They'll be rewarded with eternal happiness in the kingdom of God, but they've hidden their history and coat of arms, fearing the dark retribution. Roy, what's up? I've identified the residual thoughts. I should be able to track them to their source. David was now convinced that he was in one of his dreams, but unlike the other times, he now wanted to see where it would lead. How's it going? Good evening. Do you see it? This is the building I see in my mind. I like how this wavy effect actually causes the text printer to slow down a little bit. Do you see it? This magnificent building is the source of the coat of arms. I shall now confirm its location. David observed the building pictured in his mind. It was some kind of castle. The image faded from his mind. David could now hear Michael's voice through his ears. This is all I can do. I hope it proves useful. Could you draw some map? We have to go there. The black curtain swayed and a slip of paper came out the gap. Susanna took it and handed over a large sum of money in return. We're done here. Let's go, David. As he grabbed Susanna's hand, David chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking it felt very realistic for a dream. Excuse me. Click, 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 clickety, click, click. Wait. After leaving the darkness of Michael's residence, David was blinded by the sudden sunlight. After a few seconds, he became used to the light. He was now convinced that his meeting with Michael was not a dream. Should we follow Michael's map? Let me just save it because I haven't done it for a while. Yes. Select slot in. Okay. Pills here! Of course, but first there's something I'd like to ask you. Michael changed his attitude at your words. Could you tell me why? It's because you're very popular here in Rome. Your presence here should be all over the newspapers. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know who you are, David. Somehow we failed to recognize you, but once I told them who you were, he figured he could brag to have David, the famous singer of Velino Vision, among his clients. Really? David wasn't fully satisfied with his explanation, but he kept the conversation going. Bleh. Is that so? What about when he used his magic? It was like one of my dreams. Didn't you feel tired? It was as if he was draining my energy. It probably was. Devil King. I'm okay, but you do look a little pale. Maybe we should go back to the hotel. We've come this far. I really want to know who the owner of this crest is. Look, there's a taxi over there. Let's go. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. David and Susanna entered the taxi. Sounds more like an electric car. Clark and Vince saw them leave and hurried to find a taxi of their own. Just as David's taxi was leaving their sight, they were able to find their ride. Sounds like an electric car. Hello, good sir. See that taxi? Could you please follow it? Lucky for them, there were no other taxis on the road. The rest were private cars. Damn it, another car got in between. Tell him to step on the gas already. Sheesh, don't they know how to drive in Rome? It's Alino Vision, not Elmo Vision. We're getting away from the hotel. Where do you think they're headed? Elmo Vision. It could be a good name for like a PvP clan or something. The taxi's headed for the River Tiber. They may be headed for San Pietro's Basilica in the Vatican City. The Vatican is the smallest country in the world. Some call it the land of God, some the kingdom of the Holy Spirit. That is the headquarters of the Catholic Church. Yeah, they don't even know how to drive here. There are rumours that the Pope has enough authority to run the world. You sure know a lot of stuff, Vince. The Vatican is just 0.44 square kilometers, and yet it has over 100 embassies all over the world. It's one of the richest countries out there. Didn't realize it was a country. We just crossed Ponte Sant'Angelo. You're right, Chief. We're going to San Pietro's Basilica. How does he know that's over there? Not approved by the Vatican. Yeah, weird. They just crossed Piazza San Pietro. If they were going to the Basilica, this is where they get off. Yeah, that always surprises me that it's a country. They drove past the Vatican museums. They just keep going, huh? Yeah, exactly. Leonardo da Vinci spent some time around these parts, ostensibly. Excuse me. They turned again. I have no idea where they're going. I mean, Taiwan are usually quite peaceful until China starts getting involved. Well, they finally stopped. They got off, but the taxis just parked there. Maybe they told them to wait. Let's stay here and see what they do. David and Susanna got off the taxi and looked around them. Look, David, this is it. Save it just in case. Yes. Yes, no doubt about it. This is the castle we saw. Michael's magic was for real. Let's see if we can notice the crest anywhere. Michael said their family passed down the coat of arms in secret, but I can't imagine they'd build such a grandiose building without sticking the crest somewhere. Yeah, I mean, Vatican City are usually good at that. That's why they have so many people there, like embassies and stuff. David and Susanna walked around the building, examining it accurately. There it is, engraved on the gatepost. It's the same size as the one on the handkerchief. You're right, it has no colours, but it's definitely the same design. It's so small that you wouldn't normally notice it if you weren't looking for it. I'm glad we finally found the crest. Michael also mentioned the Devil King. I'm sure the old man from your dream is pleased. How did you know it was the Devil King? Looks like the nameplate reads Damiel Hawkeye. Oh. That's interesting. David felt like he heard the name somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where exactly. It was in your dream. This is the end of my search. Thank you, Susanna. If it weren't for you, that old man would have haunted my dreams again tonight. Now I can go back to the hotel without worry. Like that's gonna stop him. David and Susanna entered the taxi again. Well, they got on the taxi again. What do we do? Follow them. I'm getting off to check whatever the hell they were looking at. You keep following them. We'll regroup at the hotel. Clark got off the taxi while Vince followed David and Susanna. In the electric car. Clark approached the gate post David and Susanna were inspecting. Ah, God. Well, this is the same crest drawn on that handkerchief. Did the fortune teller tell them to come here or something? Maybe. Possibly. Very crazed indeed. Excuse me. Click, click, click. What exactly are we learning right now? As soon as he returned to the hotel, David went to sleep without even taking his clothes off. He felt as if Michael, the fortune teller, had absorbed all of his energy. He was feeling better by the time Alan called him on the phone later on. When David came down to the lobby, the rest of the band was waiting for him, including Susanna. Yeah, that's true. Mind blown. Hey there, man. How you feeling? You looking good? Keep forgetting that's Andrew. We're just talking about changing the order of the songs for the concert tomorrow. Your songs are just too powerful, David. We were thinking about how to keep all that energy down so the audience won't go scratching their faces off again. Other bands probably think we're full of it, but we have to do something before people actually get hurt. So what do you think, David? Susanna managed to save our last concert, but yeah, I agree. We should change the song order. Yeah, guts. That settles the matter. Now let's go eat. I found a good place. It's nice and quiet. We booked for the entire evening, so we can eat and drink without being bothered. David, why don't you... David, don't you dare leave us halfway through this time. Excuse me. Yeah, must place less powerful songs. The band left from the back of the hotel in 2 separate taxis. Clark and Vince tailed them in their own car. These 2 guys again. They drove downtown and stopped under a neon sign reading Canzone. Oh, excuse me. As they walked through the door, the other customers stood up and clapped for them. Oh dear. When I told the neighbours that Alino Vision made a reservation, they all decided to come here to see you, Mr. David. I'm gonna turn off the sign and we're gonna be flooded. Yeah, I've always enjoyed this game, so I wanted to play it for Spooktober, but I got kind of absorbed by Fatal Frame, like 3, 4 and 5. So I just thought, well, we'll just play it at some point anyway. And keep going. It is actually quite spooky, so it does fit the Spooktober theme, but yeah, between Fatal Frame, 3, 4, 5, World of Horror, and a couple of other games, this couldn't quite make it into the schedule. Yeah, this game's great, Deep Freeze. It's definitely worth it. You should probably experience it yourself. I think my plan for this playthrough is just to play one of the endings. There are about 5 or 6 endings, and they're all like from various branches. But like I said, the save system for the translation has been updated so you can actually use the number keys. Let me just grab a link in case you want it. Let's actually do this on Firefox, otherwise Chrome is gonna fucking do stuff. There it is. Yeah. There you go. That's the link to the translation group. They actually have a link to the actual translation itself. You should use the emulator that they provide to you as well. I think it's PC-88 PC-88 MA it's called. Cerulean, what's up? But yeah, it's absolutely worth it. Like I said, my playthrough is just going to be one of the endings, and I'm not really sure which one it's going to be just yet. But there are like 5 or 6 endings in this game, and they're all worth it. So we'll keep going at least. I mean, it's a Saturday, I can keep going. While there were some young people, most of the customers were elderly. Rather than a party with their fans, it felt more akin to a family meal. Yeah, it's just borrowing it, yeah. Oh man, I didn't think it was going to be very quiet. Maybe I should have mentioned we were Alino Vision. Why did you do that, you dipshit? It's fine. We haven't had this kind of atmosphere since we left London. I don't mind this once in a while. Please take a seat. This is going to be a fun night. I hope you're ready to drink till the sun comes up. Once they were all seated, they started with a toast. Then they started bringing in an endless stream of food, from raw oysters to grilled lamb. Man, that sounds good. There was a small stage inside the restaurant. One of the old men from the neighbourhood was there singing an Italian song. They were all listening, enjoying the performance. Outside the restaurant were Clark and Vince, waiting inside their car. Nobody's gonna believe they're closed with all the noise they're making in there. Well, you're not going to get in. The door's shut. Well, we got to be on the lookout while Susanna's in there. Still, I can't believe how popular David is, all the way here in Rome. I've been thinking, after all that trouble to find the house with the crest, why would David just leave? I would have gone inside. Don't ask me, I'm going to keep an eye here. Why don't you go buy us some hot dogs? From the looks of it, it's going to be one long night. Yeah, looking like Columbo, eh? It was midnight. Nobody seemed ready to leave the party yet. David, drunk with wine, was almost in a daze, resting his chin on his hands. How'd you feel, David? You can barely keep your eyes open, by the looks of it. I'm okay. Italians sure know how to party, huh? Yeah, you probably noticed as well with this game that the options that you pick are usually alternate. Like, it's a very linear game up until certain points where it starts to branch, but the branching is like... I'm not going to say it's obvious, but you can usually tell when it's when you need to actually drop a save that you have to keep a hold of. It's not just Italians. Look! Andrew's trying to sing in Italian too. I think I might be a little drunk. I'm going outside to get some night air. Don't worry, I'll be right back. David stepped outside and went on a short walk, taking in the fresh air, trying to sober up. Unlike the shopping districts, there were barely any cars around after midnight, so David thought it was a good time for a walk. Dun, 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 dun. As he walked, David thought there was something off about his surroundings. Oh dear. I've never been here, but these streets are familiar. David felt like he was moving through muscle memory alone, as if he had always walked these streets. There should be an alley around the corner. David turned down the road and he stopped, dumbfounded. That's the residence of Daniel Hawkeye, the owner of the crest. How did I get to the Ottaviano district? He approached the gate. And then he heard a scream coming from inside. And that was a jump scare and a half. Eek, murder! Sir Hawkeye was murdered! He saw a silhouette through the closed gates. The shadow ran in front of him before disappearing in the darkness. What happened? For a moment I thought I recognized that face. Who was it? The gates of Hawkeye's residence opened and a group of men wielding sticks came out, surrounding him. It's him! He murdered Sir Hawkeye! Kill him! No, you got the wrong man. The killer went that way. Do you take me for an idiot? I've seen the face of the killer and it was you! Kill him! David tried to run away, but was soon surrounded. There was no room for escape. Shit happens, unfortunately. Avenge the master! The axe swung in front of his face. He heard the sound of a bottle shattering. Dav short the weapon. David, what happened? You're soaked with wine. David ran his fingers through his shirt, damp with wine. He then realized he had another one of his nightmares. Sorry, my hand slipped. I must be more drunk than I thought. You'd better not have another glass or you'd be a mess during tomorrow's concert. The sound of David's bottle crashing on the floor brought the party to an end. Whoops. Well. Track 0, what's up? Everyone loves mirrors. Back at the hotel, David was worried about having a nightmare, so he asked Susanna to give him some of her pills. Whether it was the pills or the wine, David fell asleep without dreaming and was able to wake up late in the morning, feeling refreshed. Once again, Clark and Vince were inside their car, parked behind the hotel. There's been no changes in Susanna's behaviour during her stay in Rome. They should be leaving for Germany after tonight's concert. Germany! You read the papers this morning? I could hardly believe it myself. Daniel Hawkeye, the owner of that house with a crest, was found murdered. Yeah, it appears he was murdered around midnight. We were outside the restaurant the whole time, so we know Susanna had nothing to do with it. David searches for the crest, the fortune teller points the way, he finds Hawkeye and BAM! He ends up dead. I don't think it's a coincidence. We're talking about an Earl here, one with a close connection to the Pope. This ain't your run-of-the-mill murder. Chief, I know you're trying to find something on Susanna, and I agree that she does act suspicious here and there, but we can't pin Hawkeye's murder on her. This has to be a coincidence. No, just David goes off in a trance and murders people. After the sun went down, Alino Vision was ready to begin their last concert in Rome. Just like the previous time, David's energy fueled the crowd's excitement. The new sorting of the songs had the desired effect. While some of the audience collapsed from anemia, generally speaking the concert ended without issues. The next day the band left the country from Rome's airport, seen off by a large crowd of fans. They were headed for the Frankfurt am main airport in West Germany. David was still unaware of the murder of Daniel Hawkeye. When they reached the airport, rather than by their excited fans, they were surrounded by members of the press. Reaching the hotel was more problematic than they had expected. When they reached the Park Hotel near the center of Frankfurt, they found security struggling to keep their fans from crowding the entrance. Before their tour of Europe, the band wouldn't even dream to be in a similar situation. Yes. They all gathered in Alan's room. I'm glad we decided to go on this tour. Who'd know we'd be this popular? This is cool and all, but I can't wait to get back to England. Yep, you and me both. You know what? I'm gonna write a new song for the last concert back home. Well, we've got 2 days before our next performance. What are we doing in the meantime? Some friends of mine asked me to go buy some souvenirs, so I'd like to go out. Nice, good stuff. It's great, seriously, you'll enjoy it. Where's Susanna? Like, it's a slow burner to start off with, but then it really picks up as you go through it. Like, we're nowhere near the good stuff yet, we've been playing for a few hours. But it starts to get good pretty soon. It's already been pretty interesting though. I think she got a call from our promoter and left. Yeah, there's quite a lot of games that are like, you know, 8 to 10 hours long that have really good stories on both 88 and 98. Definitely worth like checking some of them out. Yeah, let's work on a new song. You weren't there last time, David, so... And then you've got stuff like Uno, which is like 120 hours long. God, that game was so long, seriously. We've got 2 days, so you'd better make time for that. With that said, how about we eat something? Yeah, we get to listen to David screaming a million times. Yeah, Uno is brilliant. Like, it is one of my all-time favorite, like, text adventures. It's just extremely long towards the end, though. But the actual main game is brilliant. Like, all the time traveling and jumping around all the different, you know, periods. It's actually pretty cool. OST is definitely godlike as well. The soundtrack is by far one of my favorites out of all of the games I've played on 98. Such a good game. Right, okay. The band left the hotel to look for a restaurant. Time to get some food. Oops. Drop my inhaler as well. Let it go. Yeah, it is. It's actually really good fun to play. Like, if you enjoy really long games that just actually exploring everything in Uno is great fun. And actually learning where to drop your jewels in order to actually see all of the different branches. Like, the best thing about it is the actual branching system itself, which is like a visual way of handling, you know, the typical visual novel branch system. I like it that way actually, because you can actually see where the branches are and how to actually access them. It's great. Really well balanced as well. It's actually extremely interesting. They actually have a lot of quality of life improvements in the remakes. The remakes are actually still really good to play. Like, I do recommend, if you're interested in playing Uno, to play the remake rather than the PC-88 version, because the additional quality of life improvements make it a lot more, a lot better to play, rather. Yeah, the remakes do play the PC-98 music. You've got the choice of arranged and original, which is the PC-98 music. So yes, they do. I actually have the remake on Switch, and I have been picking away at it like every so often. I know Bender keeps complaining about me not playing it, but I will actually just make some time and get through it again, because I've played it already before, like the original PC-98 version, but obviously things happened because of that, so I'm just looking to make some time for it. Anyway, meanwhile, Clark and Vince were driving through the Martian Strauss. They were, of course, tailing Susanna's taxi. Not even a day since they were in West Germany and Susanna's already going on a trip all by herself. Where do you think she's going? It doesn't have the original art, unfortunately. That's the only thing that is missing from it. It has the original soundtrack though. Most of the art is alright though. Like, it does try to evoke the original game. Yeah, the soundtrack is the most important part. The entire soundtrack is in there, of course. Like I said, it's also got the quality of life updates in it as well, which make it more fun to play, I think. The PC-98 version is still really good though. Yes, Bender just wants to see panties. We're already past Kassel, so she's probably going to Hameln. She's got to be meeting up with someone. I hope so. I really want to try out this baby. This wiretap here is state-of-the-art, West German made. It's a shame we didn't have it back then in Paris. What the hell's that? It was recommended by a fellow detective from West Germany. He says it's the best thing his country ever made. It's not really a glowing review, is it? We're almost at Hameln. Is she gonna stop here? Susanna's car stopped in front of a riverside restaurant. She walked inside. After confirming the name of the restaurant from its sign, Clark and Vince followed her. No, this is like 80s, not during the Cold War. The restaurant was surprisingly crowded considering its rural position. Susanna was seated at a table in the corner. As there were no empty tables close by, Clark and Vince were forced to take a seat further away than they had intended. Yeah, it's pretty much like 80s-ish, I would think. On Clark's prompt, Vince approached the table next to Susanna's and exchanged a few words with a customer. Vince returned a few moments later. It's done, Chief. The wiretap's under her table. Way to go. By the way, what did you tell the guy? I told him that his plate looked delicious and asked him the name of the dish. Apparently they're fried herrings, the cheapest and yet tastiest dish at this place. I don't really like fish, but if you're coming here you just gotta try them, so... If you don't, that guy might come here and start chatting us up in German, then Susanna might notice us and it'll go all south from there, so you better order your damn herrings. Fine. Alright, I'll get it, but you gotta eat them too, Chief. As the fried herrings were brought to their table, a man sat in front of Susanna. Vince took a picture of the man with a hidden camera while Clark put on earphone. Time for a quick snack break. Oh, just in time. Good timing. The man was about 30 years old or so. From the way he was dressed, Clark had the feeling he was some kind of artist rather than a businessman. Susanna greeted him with a smile, as if she was acquainted with him. My name is Gokul. Thank you for your help back in London. And thank you for coming all the way here. Have there been changes in the Devil King's condition? The wall between dream and reality is about to collapse. His body shows the bruises from injuries he receives in his dreams. There is no better proof. Yesterday I've been told that the blood of the betrayer has been severed. This is wonderful news. Yet another sign of the power of the Devil King. It was another miracle born from his dream. Sus, Anna. Seemingly, there is someone capable of severing the blood of sorcery here in West Germany, but we've been unable to find any leads. We need the power of the Devil King for that. Speaking of which, did you bring what we talked about? Gokul took out a small box from his pocket, placed it on the table and opened it. So this is the ring mentioned at the London gathering. Are you sure I can take it? Is this the first time you've seen this game, Energy? If it is, I'll not say anything. This ring is more valuable than our own lives. We would all give them gladly for the sake of the rebirth. Take it! Yeah, I played this like a year and a half ago, but if this is the first time you've seen it, then I'll not say anything about it. From dream to reality and from reality to dream, may our dearest wish come true. By the way, David's becoming more and more popular. It must be hard taking care of him. I admit that it's hard getting used to it. I'm always busy dealing with security and the press. We'd better eat up before our food gets any colder. Susanna put the ring box in a bag and started eating her meal with Gokul. Sus, Anna. Come on, Chief, it's not fair. I want to listen too. You can listen to the tape later. Now eat your herring. Now be a good boy. At least tell me what they're talking about. It's not something you'd get if I paraphrased it. Just wait until later and you'll hear it from the tape. He looks so sad, doesn't he? Just give me the keynotes. Well, seems that Susanna and that Gokul guy met at some meeting in London. They mentioned a Devil King, the blood of the betrayer, severing the blood of sorcery. This Devil King could be some kind of nickname, but the rest just sounds like some kooky occult crap. Sounds like the purpose of this meeting was for Gokul to give Susanna some kind of prized ring. She already put it in a bag though. I didn't get a look at it. Yeah, I don't get what they're talking about at all. I'll listen to the tape later. Susanna and Gokul finished their meal and left. Dun 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 dun. Hard-boiled detectives. You follow Gokul, I'll keep tailing Susanna. Clark and Vince followed their two marks. Gokul let Susanna into his car and drove off. Gokul was driving towards Frankfurt. Just as the sun was setting and the artificial illuminations were lighting up, Gokul stopped near David's hotel. After dropping Susanna off, he drove away. After dropping Clark off, Vince went after Gokul's car. One or two of them were Interpol, yes. Oh, that's better. Ooh, cold juice. Susanna went inside the hotel. They're like private investigators though. One of them was formerly Interpol. They've been hired by an unknown client, I should say. Excuse me. She addressed the clerk at the front desk. Is the band here? They left a while ago. They left the keys in my care, so they must still be out. Thank you. Just coughing a little bit though. Susanna took her room key and headed for the elevator. 4.5 hours worth of talking. At about 10 o'clock the band returned to the hotel. Andrew was not with them. Where the hell is Andrew gone then? You okay, David? You might have had one beer too many. No way, I'm great. German beer is the best in the world. You can't get sick from it, ever. Interpol is like one of those like secretive organizations. You never really hear of them until they actually do something worth hearing about half the time. Can you believe Andrew? A woman shows the slightest interest in him and off he goes. He's cool. I wish I could be like him. I don't have anything else besides music. Yeah, I don't think we're practicing our new song tomorrow. Andrew's probably going to be wasted tomorrow. Think Susanna's back? She was checking out the venue, right? Nope, she wasn't. She's a hard worker, that woman. That tour wouldn't be this successful without her. Alan, I heard there's some issues with the manufacturing of our records. How much are we really going to earn from this ordeal? Well, revenue is split 50-50 between the band and the office, so, individually? I'm too drunk to do math, but I'm pretty sure we'll be rolling in it. Yeah, I mean, anything that's that widespread is probably going to be somewhat dysfunctional, but you never really hear anything bad about them. Then again, you never really hear anything about them, full stop. I'm off to bed. I better sleep while I'm drunk or I'll have nightmares. Is Andrew going to be okay on his own? He always got carried away easily, and it just got worse with popularity. Don't worry about what happened at that Italian restaurant. In the end, we all had fun. As for Andrew, he's a big boy. He can take care of himself. Now let's get some sleep. The three of them went to their respective rooms. While Sus Anna is still out. Very, very sus Anna. As David was getting dressed, someone knocked at his door. He opened the door. It was Susanna. You're back. Oh dear, your face is all red. You've been drinking, haven't you? Just a little. David let Susanna in, closed the door and kissed her. What? Random. I love you too. Oh, I brought you some medicine. How are you feeling? I think I'm okay, but I'll take some just in case. That nightmare guy shows up whenever I feel well or not. David, I have to tell you something about your nightmares. Listen to me, okay? Susanna took the ring out of her pocket and handed it to David. I found this ring. I, quote-unquote, found this ring. What does this have to do with my nightmares? It's said that you won't have nightmares if you wear this ring. Someone at the promoter's office is into exorcisms. I told them that I was having constant nightmares and they recommended this item. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Like some kind of dream catcher? Never took you for the superstitious type. I can understand pills, but I don't see how a ring would do anything. Mind over matter, as they say. If you convince yourself that you won't have nightmares while wearing the ring, then you won't have them. I suppose it won't hurt to try. Besides, you went through the trouble of getting it for me. Will it fit? Fits perfectly. David put on the ring. What do you know, it's just my size. I have to admit it's a pretty wicked design. It might actually work. I'm sure it will. Moshi mosh. Kesat's des. At the moment the phone rang. Hey Alan, what's up? Huh? Andrew? Okay, I'll call Susanna and we'll meet up in the lobby. Did something happen to Andrew? Apparently he lost a whole lot of money playing cards. You see, we were about to come back here when we met a woman who could speak English, and I think I might need to save it next, actually. We better go before we have a major problem on our hands. I'll get the checkbook. We'll meet in the lobby. Yeah, I should probably save it here just in case. So, yes, put it on 8. Okay. I mean, any keyboard should work regardless of the speed of the connection, though. Most keyboards are Bluetooth, though, so... He set his eyes on the pills Susanna brought him. He always felt more confident after taking them, as if everything would go the way he wanted to. He considered taking them now to quell his anxiety. I knew it was a good idea saving at this point. Because this, I believe, is one of the branches. Yes. Let's take them. Yes, an actual choice to make. So this is one of the branches. I need to remember not to save on 8 anymore. David left his room. Yeah, take the pills. Pills here. Alan and Martin were waiting in the lobby. Did you talk to Susanna? Yes. Yeah, she'll join us in a minute. So how much money we're talking about? He said he'd lost about 20,000 DM, about $32,400. He doesn't have that much, so he'll have to ask Susanna for a loan. Susanna arrived. So I've heard. How much did Andrew lose? He told me about 20,000 Deutschmarks, but knowing him, he might still be playing, trying to recoup his losses. I brought the checkbook. I can pay what he owes, but it'll be subtracted from Andrew's income. Let's go. They hailed a cab in front of the hotel and headed towards the establishment where Andrew was. It's a casino, not an establishment. Get it right. Once they arrived, they found Andrew playing cards with a well-dressed gentleman. This was long before Euros energy. This was before Euros actually became a thing. Yo! I've lost a bit more, but my luck is starting to change. I can feel it. Just give me a few, alright? You shouldn't gamble when you're drunk, Andrew. Let's go. Alright, let's make this count. I'm betting 10,000 Deutschmarks on this. I'm sure you guys brought Lady Luck herself with you. Considering how much you've let me earn, I'll gladly allow you to pick the stakes. I have to say, you British people are quite the jolly fellows. The man dealt the cards. Andrew had a 3 of a kind. I'll change 2. Even after changing 2 cards, you still only had 3 of a kind. Full house. I have a full house of 4s and 8s. It appears you owe me 30,000 Deutschmarks, Mr. Andrew. Would you like to continue? Andrew screamed out wav. No way I'm stopping. I'm gonna win 10 times as much, right, Susanna? No, Andrew, please stop playing. He is a professional. You'll never be able to win. I'm not retreating like a loser. I'm playing until I get it all back. You ain't getting it all back. Come on, man. We're all worried about you. Let's go. David was fascinated by the stakes at play. The thought of making 10,000 Deutschmark in a matter of seconds. Yes. Slot 9. Right. Switch places with Andrew. David pushed Andrew off the chair and sat in his face. Just get the fuck out of the way, you. What are you doing, David? Can't you see I'm playing? You could play until morning and never win. He's a pro. Let me do this before you bet your clothes as well. Have you lost your mind? You can never beat me at poker and you think you can beat this guy? We're here to bring Andrew back, man. What's gotten into you? David, please, stop. Let's not waste any time. I'm betting 20,000 Deutschmarks. Fine by me. You're David, aren't you? I'm actually a fan of yours, so I'm honored to meet you. With that said, I'm not going to hold back. The man dealt the cards slowly and methodically. He was clearly enjoying himself. David looked at his cards. He had three of a kind. Threes, an ace, and a four. How many would you like to change? I'm changing 4. 4, okay. David changed all of his cards, excluding the ace of hearts. Aren't you going to change any? No, I'm fine as it is. The man showed his hand. He had 4 of a kind of kings. He had a 4 of a kind from the start? Seriously? I hope you're not implying I've been cheating, sir. Do you have any proof? Andrew, shut the hell up. David showed his hand. It was a 4 of a kind of aces. Aces are better than kings, so I win. How about another round? I'm not very good at dealing, so be my guest. Can't believe it, they both had 4 of a kinds. You're one lucky bastard, David. David, please, isn't this enough? We're only down 10,000 Deutschmarks now, so... You have quite the look, Mr. David. I'll have to take this seriously. The man shuffled the cards carefully. He offered the deck to David, but he did not even so much as touch it. The man then proceeded to deal the cards. Stacked deck. David's cards were scattered on the table. How many are you going to change? All of them? Yep, all 5 of them. David changed his entire hand. I'm fine as it is. The man showed his hand. It was a royal straight flush of hearts. Of course it is. What the? You gotta be kidding me. The cards must be marked or something. Please, I'm a professional. However, Mr. David did not cut the deck. I assume no responsibility. Spades are better than hearts, right? David showed his hand. It was a royal straight flush of spades. It appears you were too naive, sir. If you're gonna cheat, you should at least pick the best possible hand. This can't be real. And now we're 10,000 Deutschmarks over, but I'll let you keep them as my thank you for looking after our Andrew this long. What happened to you, David? Well, I suppose you solved this issue. Let's go back. This was literally a miracle. I'm getting the same vibes I get from our concerts. Man, what a thrill. For Andrew's sake, let's forget this ever happened. As for you two, Andrew, David, promise me you'll never gamble again. You are musicians. Oh, thank you for the 5 subs. Thanks for the 5 gifts. Trek Zero, much appreciated. Enjoy your subs, peeps. I love this game, it's so good. The band left the casino and took a taxi back to the hotel. Yeah, thank you for the gift subs, most appreciated. The gambler didn't even have the strength to get up from his chair. He mumbled to himself while fiddling with the cards. This is the first time I lost after cheating so much. I lost to a complete amateur. Am I getting too old for this? Yes, is the answer. Let's just keep going, shall we? I don't know how long is left in this. Back at the hotel, David was having trouble falling asleep, still excited after a showdown with a professional gambler. He turned off the lights and lied on the bed. Should be lay on the bed, to no avail. He raised his hand towards the ceiling and looked up for no particular reason. The faint moonlight coming from the window illuminated his hand in the darkness of the night. He noticed some kind of aura around his hand. He kept staring at his hand. Slowly and steadily, the energy was changing shape, following his imagination. Yeah, just don't deal with the Devil King, rather. He could see a castle surrounded by nature. The scene changed to two men talking from the top of the castle, looking down at the nature, stretching as far as the eye could see. One of the men looked like David. No, it wasn't a simple resemblance, it was him, as he would look 10 years in the future. This is all thanks to your dark arts, Master Haroth. The lands have never been more fertile. The people are eternally grateful to you. Apparently the man who looked like an older David was called Haroth. Haroth spoke. No need to be modest, Lafir. My dark arts merely laid the groundwork. Everything else was your work. Lafir, the other man, seemed to be around 80 years old. He acted like some sort of guardian to Haroth, the king. I hope the people of the north are faring well. I'd like to send them some of our crops. I'm afraid the king of the north would refuse your assistance. As long as he and his family can live a life of luxury, he doesn't care if his people starve to death. Is there truly nothing we can do to save them? My liege, I ask you to forget about the people of the north. The king of the north would take any action as a personal insult. If he were to declare war, we wouldn't be able to defend ourselves. Yeah, just spam those emotes, eh? A king should strive to bring joy to his people. I wish the king of the north understood that. He already accuses you of being a devil king, who uses the dark arts for his own gain. I beg you, sire, do not stir the hornet's nest any further. And then he awakes. Then Haroth vanished and the rest of the scenery followed. That wasn't a dream. I was conscious the entire time. I can feel it. Why am I so tired? David tried to summon the scene again, but he was too tired to focus. Soon after, he fell asleep. David screamed out, "Wav?" Probably not. The sunlight coming through the window woke him up. His body still felt somewhat heavy, but he was able to sleep through the entire night. He took a shower and left the room to have breakfast. When he entered the restaurant, he saw Susanna drinking a cup of coffee. He took a seat next to her. Good morning, David. You're up early, I see. It's still 10 AM. I didn't have any nightmares this time, so I slept well. I see. See, I told you the ring would work, but you do look a little tired. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I didn't have any nightmares, but I did have some kind of vision, as if I was seeing a recording of ancient times. That sounds interesting. Were you in there? Kinda. There was a man called Haroth. He looked like me, just older. He was some kind of benevolent king trying to make the world a better place. David told Susanna all he could remember. Benevolent king that looks a lot like you? That's a lovely story. So what happened with that northern kingdom? I wonder. Unfortunately, that's when the scene disappeared and I couldn't summon it again. For some reason, conjuring that footage made me very tired. Maybe you'll see the rest tonight. You should have a hearty meal to build up your stamina. Yeah, mention the Northern Kingdom. Are you piecing it together yet? On Susanna's suggestion, David ordered a 1 kilogram steak. Holy crap, that's a big steak. The two of them enjoyed their meal together. That's like half a cow. Big steak, yeah. 1 kilo steak. Not quite a 2 kilogram lasagna, but it'll do, yeah, exactly. It's a big steak though. Do 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 do. Yeah, big food tonight. We're eating hearty tonight. Good shit. Right then, after visiting the venue where they would be performing, the band went to the recording studio that Susanna had arranged for them, where they practiced a new song composed by Martin. This song is just perfect for your voice, David. Now, I was thinking about giving it a house arrangement. Oh god. House? I guess David could pull that off. Now, besides, it is a good idea to try different things. We don't want our fans to get tired of us. Already tainted by Europe. Then I'll get working on that ASAP. I want it to be ready for our London performance. I don't know, Martin. This studio's got nothing on the equipment we have in London. Right, Andrew? Honestly, I just want to leave Germany and go back home. Yeah, I could murder a burger. Look at you, a few rounds of gambling and you're homesick. Whoops, we promised not to talk about gambling. Just bring it back up. Anyway, let's think about the arrangement when we're back in London. For now, let's keep practicing. Tomorrow's the big day, so don't push yourself, David. After finishing their practice, the band returned to the hotel. Excuse me. Clark and Vince were inside a car parked behind the hotel, detailing Susanna's movements as usual. You know that guy Susanna met at the restaurant, Gockel? Turns out he's a painter. I went to his art gallery to check out his work and, well, I don't see how those paintings could bring home the bacon. Why, you an art critic now? Didn't you tell me his paintings sell like hotcakes the other time? He sells them to rich people mostly. He's a smooth talker. You said he has a lot of hobbies. Fortune telling wouldn't happen to be one of them, would it? He has so much time and money to spare that I had to write it all down. Hold on. Ah, there it is. Yeah, it turns out he does have some interest in fortune telling. That man Susanna met in Paris, Flanell, the CEO of that trading company, he also enjoys his fortune telling apparently. Then there's Michael, that fortune teller Susanna and David saw in Rome. All very coincidental. Now that you mention it, I've written down fortune telling a lot in my notebook. It came up in France, Italy and now Germany. Alright, let's have the London Association of Detectives look into any links between Susanna and fortune telling. My gut tells me they'll find something. What about the client who asked us to investigate Susanna? I'll give him a call once we're back in London. Well, it's 2 AM, they have a concert tomorrow, so I doubt they're doing anything tonight. Let's go. In our electric car. As Clark and Vince drove off, David was in his room, the lights turned off. He was focusing on the silhouette of his hand, trying to perceive that aura once more. Vroom! Right off. He really wanted to see what happened to Roth, the man who looks so much like him. He couldn't bear to stay 1 second longer than necessary in that studio. Is it time? Finally his focus paid off. A white dot appeared in the darkness, slowly becoming larger and larger until he could see the scenery projected on the ceiling. Where the hell are we now? He saw the castle from the previous night, but it was surrounded by an army and engulfed in flames. The images changed. You could see a stone passage. There was King Hroth, held up by Lafir and a woman. David was startled by what he saw. The woman was a dead ringer for Susanna. My liege, are you alright? Susanna, you did give him the right antidote, didn't you? Of course I did. I concocted it myself. It should prove effective soon. I can't believe Hawkeye would poison our king. We all knew the King of the North had eyes on our kingdom, but I was not expecting Hawkeye of all people to betray us. If only our king hadn't been poisoned, he could have used his dark arts to prevent the army of the North from approaching. Excuse me. There's no point in dwelling on. Ah, the king is waking up! I thought I was already on my way to the afterlife. Where am I? My liege, you were poisoned by Hawkeye. He betrayed us. The people of the North are attacking. The castle is burning. Susanna and I were able to get you to safety through the secret passage. So the water of life Hawkeye gave me was poisoned. The King of the North must be afraid of my dark arts. He'll never stop pursuing me until he confirms my death. We must get away from here and fast. Surely the other kings will assist you. I feel better now. The antidote was your work, Susanna, correct? Your talent never ceases to amaze me. We're almost out. When the North Army was in sight, I asked Fenrir to gather some troops and defend this exit. We should be fine. Pills here. As they neared the exit, a man approached them with some soldiers in tow. Ah, Fenrir, thank you for coming. Our liege was poisoned by Hawkeye. We barely escaped with our lives. What's the situation out there? Fenrir. There are no enemies out there, but I'm afraid I'll be taking the king's life myself. Oh, goody! You look familiar. Fenrir thrust his sword through Lafir's heart. Susanna desperately held the king in her arms. These lands already belong to the North. Hroth may be a powerful sorcerer normally, but that poison turned him into a feeble, powerless man. Stay back, Susanna, or I'll have to kill you with him. Fenrir, you traitor. If you want to take his life, then you'll have to take mine as well. At that moment, King Hroth stood up on his own, moving away from Susanna. You called me a feeble, powerless man, Fenrir. How about I show you how wrong you are? Hroth pointed his fingers towards Fenrir's head. Fenrir dropped his sword and fell to the ground, gripping his forehead. His men ran away in a panic. Fenrir, that scar on your forehead will be inherited by your descendants. Your lineage is forever branded as the blood of the betrayer. Hroth and Susanna left Fenrir writhing on the ground and went through the exit. That comes back pretty soon though. And it's very cool as well. As David watched the scene, his strength was steadily draining. Before long the images faded away, leaving David panting heavily. I love the music in this game though. It's so good. Time's it. Can't breathe, I need those pills. David's arm felt heavy like lead as he stretched towards the phone. He called Susanna, asking her to bring him the medicine. Oop, give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Susanna knocked at his door. David used the little strength he had left to get up and open the door. Susanna held him up and brought him back to bed before giving him the medicine. You've been summoning those visions again. Yeah, it was more tiring than I thought. Any more and I might have actually died. I'm not gonna let you die. In the vision, King Hroth's lands were invaded by the King of the North. He was forced to run away. That man who looks a lot like you, right? But you said he could use a special power, the Dark Arts. How could he lose? A man called Hawkeye poisoned him, so he couldn't use his powers. King Hroth survived only thanks to a woman who gave him an antidote. A woman who looked a lot like you, Susanna. Question marks! Could she be the same Susanna from your other dream? Now that you mention it, in that dream there was also a man called Hawkeye. That was also the name of the house with the coat of arms that we found. Maybe there's a connection. She had your name too. Crazy. Was this Hawkeye the only traitor? No, there was another, Fenrir, who killed Lafir as they were escaping. King Hroth used his powers to give him a scar on his forehead. He said something about his descendants inheriting the scar, and that his lineage would be branded as the blood of the betrayer. A scar on his forehead, huh? I wonder if his descendants do have that scar. I doubt it. You don't inherit scars from your parents, you know. Besides, these visions are something from a time long gone. Oh, you're looking better now. These are just bland sleeping pills and vitamin supplements, but they're like energy drinks to you. Believe it or not, those pills do wonders for me. I can feel power surging from within. Yeah, in more ways than one. That was the last of the pills though. Oh, I know. I'll have the hospital here contact the hospital in Paris and have them send the prescription. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Bland. Please do. I think I might lose my mind without them. We're now addicted to pills. You'll be fine for tonight. Now stop looking at those visions, okay? They're not good for your health. After making sure David was feeling alright, Susanna left the room. He's obviously going to do it again. You know. Because once bitten. Due to his exhaustion, David woke up the next day at about 2 PM. He went down to the lobby looking for his friends. The other 3 band members were there. Geez, what happened to you? It's 2 PM, David. You do remember that we have a concert tonight, yes? I feel great. Sorry, when it's not nightmares, it's sleepiness. My head is still foggy from all that sleeping. I need coffee. David went to the counter in the lobby. Okay. Oh. Wait. Man, when it's not nightmares, it's sleepiness. Well, at least he got a full night's worth of rest. I have to say, David is like a different man. He wasn't like this back in England. These kinds of things happen in the music world. One day you hit it big and become a star. Maybe we'll change too. Who knows? When we cash in the money after the last concert in London, I'd like to take a vacation. We've been working ourselves to the bone this year. David came back. Sorry it took so long. The girl at the counter wanted an autograph. Alan, is everything ready at the venue? Yeah, it's all set up as usual. Susanna said she'll go there ahead of us, so I'm sure she's taking care of everything. We have to leave in about 1 hour. Dave and his friends chatted in the lobby, relaxing their nerves for the upcoming performance. He was asking you to sign the receipt, yeah? Put it on my tab. Meanwhile, Clark and Vince were walking on the Romeberg Square. They were tailing Susanna and Gockel. Someone with a scar on their forehead. That's not a lot to go on. Besides, we don't even know if they're in Germany. The Devil King can only see visions of people and places connected to his current location. That means this person with the scar on their forehead must be here. I know you're busy with a concert, so I'll look for this person myself. I'll ask around. I actually know a lot of people. Gockel handed Susanna a paper bag containing pills and then they parted ways. Clark and Vince kept tailing Susanna. Are you sure we shouldn't follow that Gockel fellow? Yeah, he only came here to give her that bag. I'd really like to know what's in it, but that's gonna be hard. A wiretap isn't going to be useful if your mark is walking in a park, huh? I'd like to have a compact high directional microphone right now. Directional microphone? I'll look into it. With that said, I wonder what's so important that she needed to get now, a few hours before the concert. What if it's drugs? The whole concert thing could just be a front for drug trafficking. I mean, it usually is, right? Nice one, but that bug is too small. No, that bug is too small for trafficking. Well, we'll see. Clark and Vince kept tailing Susanna. I thought that bag is too small for trafficking. Dee 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 dee. And so began their first performance in Germany. Yeah, they need suitcases. The crowd was even more excited than it was during their concert in Italy. The band was getting more and more into it. David's energy reached new peaks. Even Martin, the calmest member of the band, was yelling. The venue was full of excited energy, both above and below the stage. Forget the ballad, David. Let's keep this energy flowing. Alan approached David to talk to him. Had the same idea. I'll go tell Andrew. Without skipping a beat, David approached Andrew. No way, things are getting way too hot as it is. We're doing a ballad next. Go tell Alan. Killjoy! Andrew was seemingly the only member to have kept a modicum of sanity, perhaps due to a sense of responsibility as problem solver of the band. The audience left their seats and started crowding the stage. Several women collapsed and were trampled over. The staff pushed the crowd away and helped the women. The concert continued without any serious injuries. The band played a ballad. The audience returned to their seats. While the amount of excitement was still high, it was slowly waning. Seeing some of their fans clap seemingly woke up the band members from their trance, who then used every trick to contain the excitement of their fans and end the concert without incidents. Dee 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 dee. The band returned to their waiting room, wiping the sweat off their faces. He said wiping the seat off their faces. Yeah, the band returned to their waiting room, wiping the sweat off their faces. Oh god. Good work, guys. Phew, we almost had to interrupt the concert. Yeah, incompetent when it comes to gambling, yes. Yeah, I was in a cold sweat. David, Alan, you'll have to try not to get so carried away next time. But David needs to do that or the audience won't get excited. I know we can't let them get too crazy, but is it really a concert if they're not having fun? I mean, even Martin was going crazy tonight. I'm almost afraid to think of the future. I couldn't help it. That's just what happens when you listen to David singing. Damn straight. You can't tell me to keep it down. What am I supposed to do? Plug my ears? I'm pretty sure you were into it yourself, Andrew. Are you saying it's my fault the audience started collapsing? Now, guys. I was trying to restrain myself. I'm trying to avoid the worst case scenario here. But you have no self-control. Says the guy that was gambling. Come on guys, don't fight over this. It was mostly my fault anyway. From now on, I promise to follow your song order. Okay, Andrew? Alright, let's get you back to the hotel. You're gonna feel better after a shower. He did win big monies, but he didn't take it. He didn't keep it. He just said you can have it. Like, we'll clear our debts this way. After returning to the hotel and taking a shower, the band was able to celebrate the success of the concert with some beer. Once the fatigue of the concert caught up with them, they all returned to their rooms. Tired from all the excitement, David went to bed, forgetting about the temptation of the visions. Excuse me. Then the next day the band took a bus towards their next concert site, West Berlin. They reached the hotel, aptly called Berlin, in the evening. The concert would be held 2 days later. The band was chatting in a luxurious meeting room that Susanna had arranged for them. We must be making a killing with this tour. Look at this fancy room. Remember when we could barely afford business hotels and had to survive on instant food? Looks quite nice actually. Hope we can keep getting along even as we get famous. The moment one of us leaves the band, Alina Vision is over. Doom talk already. It's gonna be fine. We went through a lot of crap together, you know? Anyway, how about we check out the Berlin Wall tomorrow? It might not be there the next time we come to Germany. It's not there anymore anyway. Oh, I'm definitely going. I've always wanted to see it with my own eyes. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and Susanna came in. Oh, you're still up. Listen to this. I just heard there's going to be a charity magic show at the Bristol Hotel tomorrow night. I was able to get 5 tickets. How about it? There won't be many guests, so you should be able to relax without being bothered. Sus. There won't be many guests since it's for charity, but I can't imagine it's going to be very interesting. You can't do elaborate tricks inside a hotel. Oh, it won't be simple magic tricks. Apparently it's some kind of super magic show, like ESP. I've never seen it myself, but those who saw it claim there's no way they're simple tricks. Oh, I've always been interested in ESP. Who's going to perform? Horgan Crossed. Apparently he hates television, so he'll only appear on a live stage. Crossed? I've heard about him. They say he's the man with the third eye, and that he has psychic powers. Since he can't use those powers to make money, he pretends they're magic tricks instead. Man with the third eye, eh? How about it, David? You don't see actual superpowers every day. If we're all going, I'm coming too. I've seen a lot of magic tricks in my life, but actual psychic powers? That would be a first. Sure, I'm game. I've got to see these so-called psychic powers. Honestly, I don't really believe in ESP and the like. It's probably a scam, but it's not like I have anything better to do, so why not? Okay then, we're leaving tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. I've never seen an Esper before, so I'm looking forward to it. Play Final Fantasy VI, you'll see them all the time. The hotel where Alina Vision was staying wouldn't turn off the lights until late in the night. The next day the band went to see the Berlin Wall. They were back to the hotel at 6 o'clock where Susanna was waiting for them. After changing their clothes, they got in a taxi and headed to Hotel Bristol. They arrived at Hotel Bristol. Bristol's kind of an interesting name for a German hotel, don't you think? And what's up? Good evening. The bellboy guided them to the charity show where a table for 5 had been reserved for them. The other guests were wearing tuxedos and fancy dresses, conversing in a hushed voice. Classical music was being played at a suitably low volume. Excuse me. Thank God we got changed. They would have turned us away at the door if we were still wearing our day clothes. I told you this was a prestigious hotel. Of course you'd dress formally for a charity show. I shouldn't have come. I had no idea it would be this fancy. You know, once we're back in London, if you're ever awarded a platinum record, you have to attend even fancier events. You have to get used to at least this much. Yeah, no problem, Bender. I'll catch you later. Thanks for watching, dude. Have a good night. If we work even harder and have successful tours in America and Japan, a platinum record is actually a real possibility. You guys being awarded one is one of my dreams. Now then, let's eat. It won't bring us anything else until we finish our plates. Yeah, I'll catch you later, dude. Have a good night. I'll probably see you next stream. As new dishes were being brought, the stage darkened to the sound of drums and cymbals. Then Hogan Cross, the magician, appeared under the spotlight. After a quick greeting, he picked up a cup from the table. As you can see, there are two identical glasses here. I'll put one of them on your table, dear guest. As about half of the guests were foreigners, he had an assistant translating for him. Cross approached the nearest table, put the glass down, and returned to the stage. Now, I will place a coin inside the remaining glass. He dropped a large coin in the glass, which ringed loudly. Once the ringing subsided, the coin had vanished. Then the guest from the nearest table shrieked. David and his friends turned that way and were surprised by what they saw. There was a coin inside the supposedly empty glass. The coin had moved from one glass to the other. You noticed, right? The glass on the stage is too far away from that table. This can't be just a trick, but the coin definitely changed places. Martin, is this ESP? You said it yourself, it wasn't a trick or a sleight of hand, so it has to be psychic powers. Alan? I still can't believe it. Maybe we just didn't notice. If he did it one more time, maybe. Stressed, possibly out of being out of his element, Alan was unusually drunk on German wine. Alan getting toasted. Cross held out his hands to stop the applause. Some people here seem to think that the glasses were rigged. This time I'm going to pour water into my glass. See the truth for yourselves. Cross poured water in his glass. It was clearly flowing, but strangely enough it wouldn't actually fill the glass. Observe, I'm pouring water into my glass, but it's filling the glass on the guest's table. Do you still believe this to be a trick? That bastard. Ain't no such thing as psychic powers. There's gotta be a trick. It's an illusion. Calm down, Alan. We're here to see psychic powers, and that's what we got. Why are you even mad? Quit making a scene. People are staring. Once he realized the other guest was staring at him, Alan turned red. Yes, pure amazing. The water flowed from one glass to the other. It must be some kind of warp. If you used even more power, that kind of ability would be incredibly useful. See that scar on Cross's forehead? They say it's his third eye. It's rumored that's where his psychic powers come from. That's right. Right now it's closed, but I read he can unleash incredible powers when his third eye opens up. The next trick is called the Devil's Curse. This ball will fly through the air. Once it finds a demon, it will light up and attack it. The ball he was holding began to float. The audience gasped. It zigzagged through the hall, approaching every table. Eventually it reached David's table, stopping on top of Alan. The ball emitted an intense light like a camera flash. Son of a... Is he calling me a demon? In a fit of anger, Alan slapped the ball away. The ball fell to the floor, rolling noisily. Are you sober now, sir? The demon thing was but a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our good-humoured friend. Crost approached the table to pick up the ball. He said something in German and then returned to the stage. Next, I would like to show you what I call super magic. However, nothing will happen if my third eye remains closed, in which case I beg your pardon beforehand. My assistant is sitting on the floor. If my third eye opens, I will make her levitate and float around the hall. Please be quiet for a moment as we merge our minds. Crost closed his eyes. Can we leave soon, Susanna? I'm not sure why, but I feel a pain in my chest when I look at him. He's definitely a great artist, but I admit he's not my type of man. Let's just leave. He's just flaunting his supposed superpowers. This isn't fun at all. This wasn't very entertaining, but I'd still like to see his third eye open. Since Crost hates photos, there's not one picture of his third eye in books. Nope. I'm also not feeling that great, but I agree with Martin. Let's take a look at that third eye of his before leaving. Still under the spotlight, something was changing on Crost's forehead. The scar was changing, transforming into an eye. David felt increasingly frustrated as he stared into Crost's third eye. The third eye blinked, if only slightly. Once, twice, after blinking 3 times, the third eye was faintly visible. Ah! There, blood began to flow from Crost's third eye. Blood kept flowing unceasingly. Crost was rolling around in his own blood, writhing in pain. The spotlight was turned off and Crost was carried outside by several men. The audience murmured uneasily, wondering what exactly had happened. The hotel manager came up to the stage holding a microphone. Unfortunately, as Crost failed to open his third eye, he won't be able to continue the show. As such, we must bring an end to tonight's charity show. As the manager frantically apologized, the guests left the venue one by one. The car Clark and Vince were driving stopped in front of Hotel Bristol. Looks like we missed their plans to check out that charity show. Crost's magic show, huh? Yeah, Susanna's probably just playing around. We can wait for them here. Oops. Is Horgan Crost famous or something? Can't say I've ever heard of the guy. I didn't know about him either, but asked around. He's somewhat known here in Germany, the magician with a third eye. Look, Chief, there's a crowd forming at the entrance. They're all well dressed, so I'm guessing they're guests from the charity show. Did something happen? Without replying, Clark got out of the car and entered the hotel. He returned a few moments later. Seems that Crost failed to open his third eye and release his psychic powers, whatever that means. They had to cancel the show. Susanna and the boys should be out soon, so keep your eyes open. Does he actually have a third eye on his forehead? Man, that's gotta suck. Thank God I'm not a psychic. Vince. Start the engine, Vince. They're getting into their taxis. The band got in 2 taxis and left. Clark and Vince tailed them. Taxi stopped in front of Hotel Berlin. They got off and went inside. Yeah, they're pretty good, Clark and Vince. Pretty funny in this game. Excuse me. After regrouping in the meeting room, they started talking about Crost. Serves them right. Why? That sure was a lot of blood. At first I thought it was part of the performance. Losing that much blood's bound to kill you, not that I'd mind. Somebody's not happy. Even if he survives, he probably won't be able to open his third eye again. Losing that much blood would scar you for life. And I guess we actually saw something amazing. Maybe we're ESPers too, you know. The way we make people lose their minds by listening to our music, so much that they could even get hurt if they're not careful. Huh. Maybe you are. I mean, you're doing something that is impossible for others. In that sense, there are many ESPers in the world. Yes, third eye. What's wrong, David? You look pale. It was all that blood, wasn't it? I remember witnessing a car accident when I was a kid. There was a lot of blood. I couldn't eat for days. I don't know, I guess watching Crost suffering in a pool of his own blood left a bad impression on me. Maybe you should go to bed if you're not feeling well. Don't forget you have your last European concert tomorrow. You have to take care of yourself. I'll be fine. Can anyone hand me a beer? I'll feel better after a drink. Man, we're at the end of our tour, huh? We're almost back in London. After various empty beer cans were piled up on the table, the band members returned to their rooms. Dee 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 dee. As David approached his bed, he felt a hint of dizziness. I was feeling good the entire day, but everything went downhill after I saw Crost's blood. Just as he was starting to feel anxious about the next day's concert, there was a knock on the door. It was Susanna calling for him. David didn't have keys with him, so Susanna opened the door herself and walked in. Boss Key, what's up? Thank you very much. I figured you'd be tired, so I brought you your favourite pills. Pills here? I admit I have been feeling tired after that show. Thanks, I'll take them. David took the pills. He's getting addicted now, isn't he? Tomorrow will be the last concert in Germany. Hang in there, David. You know, I've been wondering, is it possible that Crost is a descendant of Fenrir, that man from the vision I saw? He had a scar on his forehead. It could just be a coincidence. When blood started flowing from his forehead, that made me think. At that moment I was mad at him for the way he made fun of Alan. I glared at that third eye of his in anger. If the visions are true and the blood of King Hroth does flow in my veins, maybe I'm the reason he started losing blood. Have you just realized, David? Did you feel like you were using some special powers like King Hroth did? No, I didn't actually feel anything special. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. You probably are. Anyway, I like you better as a musician than an ESPer. Me too. I'm not going to turn into King Hroth or something. Still, I feel like there's something I'm not seeing and it's driving me a little crazy. I haven't had any nightmares since coming to Germany. Maybe it's because I've been dreading them so much. I feel like I'd have nightmares tonight. They always come when I'm feeling tired in this weird way. Susanna, won't you stay with me until morning? Oh boy. Oh David, you're acting like a scared child. I'm not your mother, you know. Susanna smiled teasingly at David as she started undressing. Oh boy! That escalated quickly. Office nice off, what's up? This whole game is escalating quickly, yes. Exactly. Cue David screamed out wow in a second. I'm actually losing my voice now though. This game doesn't have action though. Oh god. Snack. have to cover my mouth when I'm eating because the camera's picking up my chewing and it's making my mouth move on the model. Excuse me. Alright. We back. Probably go for another half an hour. See where we actually get to. I think there's at least another 2.5 hours to 3 hours worth of game though. Excuse me. Yeah, there's a lot of game. I think this is at least a 9 to 10 hour game. If you're narrating, of course. It's pretty fast if you're just playing it yourself. The next morning, David was drinking coffee in the lobby. Alan joined him in the lobby shortly after. Would you look at that, David up in the early morning, having coffee? You don't see that every day. Were you too nervous about our last concert in Europe to sleep? Oh, excuse me. Not really. I actually got a good night's rest, so much that I just woke up early. You think Crost is dead? Probably. Dunno, I haven't read the English newspaper yet. Let's take a look. Alan picked up the newspaper from the table. Well, I don't see anything about it. Oh wait, here it is. It's a small print in the corner. It just says they stopped the blood loss and he survived. What do you know, he's alive. Considering how much he was bleeding, that's actually impressive. Modern medicine can even transplant hearts nowadays. Bleeding from your forehead is nothing in comparison. While David and Alan were talking about Cross, they were joined by Andrew and Susanna. Oh, you're reading the newspaper. Heard something interesting about Cross. A promoter told me that his third eye is actually artificial. He had that surgically implanted into his forehead. Dude, really? Seriously? An artificial eye? They say his psychic powers are the real deal, but he underwent plastic surgery to hide that scar and to make himself look more like an ESPer. That's kind of weird. What's the point? He already had psychic powers. Man, what a moron. At that moment, Martin entered the lobby. Cyber wizard. Good morning, you're already up, huh? This has to be the first time I got up later than David. Okay, so after tonight's concert we'll be back in London tomorrow, at noon. Andrew, make sure you leave the hotel by 4 PM and head straight for the venue. Susanna left the hotel to meet up with the promoter. Dee-doo-doo-dee-doo. Clark and Vince were in Tiergarten Park, doing their thing. Sitting on a bench in front of them were Susanna and Gockel. How's the directional microphone, Chief? Shh, there's too much noise as it is. I'm having a hard time listening in. What about your directional mic? Oh yeah, I have it here. Vince hurriedly took out a Walkman-sized device from his pocket. He pointed it towards Susanna. Chief, you have to point it towards them or you won't hear a thing. That's why they call it a directional microphone. I know that. I'm just testing it out. Come on, we have to get somewhere in front of them without them noticing. Clark and Vince moved in front of Susanna while keeping out of her sight. Then they began to eavesdrop on her conversation. This is a good spot. Here's hoping they don't move. Clark and Vince pressed their hands on their headphones with a serious look on their faces. Like, that's conspicuous. Oh, God. And yet it's because of him that we could find that man. Even if medical science saved him, the Devil King will not forgive him. But you'll be returning to London tomorrow. Who will end his life then? If nothing happens before then, I'll get in touch with you from London. The ring has returned to its rightful owner and is already displaying its power. I'm certain we will find the King of the North soon. Once the Devil King is revived, my wish will be fulfilled. I look forward to that day. The only way to bring him back is to sever the blood of the betrayer while that star is the closest to the earth. Only then will we be able to enact our revenge upon the King of the North. King of the North! In this modern era of science and technology, nobody would ever believe such a tale. Even if the common folk don't believe it, there are still descendants of the people of the North who have inherited the blood of sorcerers. They may come for us. Watch your back. I probably won't be able to come back to Germany for a while. You'll have to wait for the good news. Let's meet again if you're ever in London. Sus Anna. Susanna stood up from the bench and left the park. Clark and Vince went after her as Gokul watched the pair with suspicion. Busted! It's concert time. And so Alina Vision was ready to begin their last concert in Europe. The band was giving it their best during the performance, and once again the audience was reaching the peak of their excitement. Yes, someone notices the wet bandits. Halfway through the song, David called out to the audience, who shouted back in response. Holy crap, that's loud. Even though David was speaking in English to a German crowd, it seemed as if there were no language barrier between them. We're all allies, we're all in the same clan. Yeah, we're allies! The entire audience stood up. Between the German language and the furious atmosphere, the situation was starting to feel like a scene out of a rally. A Nazi rally, rather. Yeah, it sounds like a war cry, doesn't it? Kill the traitor! What the hell? Yeah, kill the traitor! Sever the blood of the betrayer! Kill! 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 The eyes of the audience were bloodshot. They were screaming as if their throats were being crushed. The traitor is finally dead! As soon as David's proclamation ended, Alan pressed his hands on the keyboard. The audience let out a yell, and the performance began anew. On the stage, David seemed to grow larger. Though the audience was reaching the peak of their excitement, there were no disturbances. A number of women fainted, but they were carried away by the staff without incident. While Martin was playing his guitar solo, David approached Andrew. Let's skip the ballad, the crowd's excited, but it's all under control. I say we keep the ball rolling and call it a success. That's so weird. They're so excited, but they're all moving in rhythm. Well, sounds good to me. Let's see how far they can go. What are you doing, guys? I'm waiting for you. Huh? We're skipping the ballad? Fine by me. Come on. British bands are weird. Yes, they are. Martin also seemed to understand. He plucked the strings of his guitar rhythmically. Waiting for the song to start, David shouted to the crowd. No one is going to ask about the murder demand. Nope. This is the end of our tour of Europe. I'm gonna keep singing until I drop. Yeah. The band kept playing in a frenzy. By the end of it, David could barely let his voice out. The audience was so excited they were literally ripping their shirts off. Then, as he promised, David finally collapsed on the stage. There was not a single person in the venue who had the energy to stand. Even the members of the staff were leaning against the wall. They were all in a daze, beyond the point of satisfaction. Though the concert was over, the staff did not even have the energy to turn off the lights or lower the curtains. David, Alan, Andrew, and Martin themselves were in a daze on top of the stage. You okay, David? Yeah, I can barely move, but I've never felt better. I've never felt like this before. I think I'm gonna cry. Andrew, why didn't the crowd go wild this time? Don't ask me. Can't even think right now. Let's just say it all went well and leave it at that. David, what was that thing about a traitor and the blood of the betrayer? Well, there you go. David, what was that thing about a traitor and the blood of the betrayer? Isn't that just a little bit sus? Huh? Did I actually say that? Bro, what were those lyrics? Now that you mention it, I started feeling the sense of unity after you said that weird stuff. Look at David suddenly turning it into a death metal band. Right then, the lights were turned off and the curtains were closing. There was a round of applause as the curtains fell. However, the audience had no more energy left, so it felt like the quiet end to a classical concert. Way to go, David, I'm glad it's over. Honestly, my knees are trembling so much I can barely walk. Though the spotlights focused on the band as they walked out, there was no commotion. After a brief interview, they got into their cars and left the venue. Excuse me. Back at the hotel, David and the others headed for their rooms, not having the energy to celebrate. David fell asleep the moment he crawled into his bed without even having the time to think. Concord. The next day, the airport was filled with Union Jack flags, which were waved until Eleanor Vision's plane was no longer visible. Back to London. The plane arrived at the Heathrow Airport in London. As they were done with customs, David and his friends witnessed something they would never have thought possible before they first left for their tour. Inside their waiting room there were countless TV cameras and journalists ready to interview them. Elmo Vision. Elmo Vision. Once they finally stepped out of the waiting room, a deafening cheer broke out. Their path was filled with young people holding Elmo Vision banners and magazines with the band on the cover. The band barely had the space to even wave at their fans. Before long they were surrounded by the police who escorted them to their car. A police car opened the way as they headed towards the Hilton Hotel. However, rather than relaxing in the lobby, Susanna led them inside the elevator and then to their room. Sounds familiar, that. I was told about it, but I definitely underestimated your popularity. It's like a dream come true. I think of it as the price of fame. Excuse me. I'd like to go to Marquee, but I don't want to bother the owner. The Marquee Club was the music venue where Eleanor Vision made their debut. While it did not have any seats, it had a bar and could house around 400 guests. Oh, it's a music hall, is it? The band would still go there to relax from time to time. Same here, it should be fine if we sneak there, though I say we all go together at closing hours. I was going to be the first to report back to you when I got home, but if we sneak there we won't be a ruckus. Let's all go together just before closing time. I won't be joining you guys. Before you go, keep this in mind. You're not the same people you were before the tour. Be careful out there, alright? Right then, someone knocked on the door. It was Richard, the president of their record label. Good work, boys. Leno Vision's CDs are selling faster than we can print them, and we have a pile of requests for your appearances. I don't remember what sleep is anymore. Neither do I, unfortunately. You can deal with the CD situation however you like, but don't go crazy with those requests. You promised us a 2-week vacation after the tour. I know. You'll have your vacation, but be prepared for schedule hell once you're back. Send my paycheck to the bank up front, boss. No point in a vacation without money to spend. Sleep. I could do with some right now, actually. Way ahead of you. It's not all of it, but you could muck about for an entire year with it. That sounds like a lot of money. A year worth of money, but we only got a couple of weeks off. Welcome to life, of course. Susanna's getting a bonus check too. Oh, look at the time. Let's go, Susanna. We have a meeting. Richard and Susanna left the room. Meanwhile, back at their detective agency, Clark was using a typewriter while conversing with Vince. You have to hand in that report tomorrow, right? We're finally back in London and you're already pulling an all-nighter. Oh, that was Vince talking, okay. Are you up? got a call as soon as I stepped inside. I need everything you found out in Europe, and it has to be ready by tomorrow at noon. That sounds like my deadlines at the moment. But after that, the job's done, right? I sure hope the pay is good. Still, who the heck is Susanna, really? After all that work, we only have this slipshod report. Come to think of it, Alina Vision's last concert was something else. First time I go to a concert where the singer starts yelling "KILL!" like that. Speaking of kill, I called a friend in Germany once we came back here. That magician, Crossed, he died that night. He started bleeding from his forehead again. Huh? Well, his death couldn't be related to Susanna, could it? Are you going to put that in the report too? Client wants me to report anything that catches my attention, even if it doesn't strictly involve Susanna. Yeah, death metal concert, yeah. The two detectives continue to work over a cup of tea. Excuse me. At around 10 PM, David and his friends headed for the Marquee Club. David spoke. We wanted you to be the first to hear about our success. We owe you a lot. We probably wouldn't be here. We probably wouldn't be where we are if not for you. I'm glad to hear that. How about we move to the counter? It's still small and cramped as usual, but we can push some customers away. Get out the way. Riff raff. Don asked some customers to move away and lined up some chairs from the dressing room at the counter. Boys, serve us some scotch. No, not that one. I'll find a scotch. It's my treat, friends. Bottoms up. It's been a while since we've been here. Jimmy's performing tonight, huh? Guess he's your main performer now. I remember when we used to be the main performers here. The pay was so low we'd spend most of it on the ride back home. Hey, amateurs should be grateful to even get a chance to play. And small as it is, getting a pay makes you feel like a professional. Honestly, I'm a beacon of hope for all you whippersnappers. Before long, the customers around the counter were staring at David. Uh-oh. Jimmy on stage knew that Alina Vision was in the club and that made him anxious. Once his performance was over, he took the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some special guests. Alina Vision is here. Customers started murmuring, looking around for David and the band. How about you sing for us, David? It might be the last time Alina Vision performs here. Please, they all want to hear you sing. Guests started clapping, clamoring for Alina Vision to get on the stage. Kill! Jimmy, don't be a dick. Jimmy, for Pete's sake. I'm sorry it came to this. Could I ask you to sing just one song to please the crowd? Well, you heard him. Are you up for it? I say we owe him this much. Let's do it, David. It'll be like that time in Italy. I'm pretty tired. I hope I have the energy for it. Never thought our first live in London would be at Marquee. We're lucky David's tired. At his best he'd bring down the whole building. The band went up on the stage. The clapping turned to cheers. That night the lights of the Marquee Club stayed lit until morning. After fooling around the entire night at the Marquee Club, the band did not show up for their meeting the next day due to their hangover. David, are you still sleeping? David's voice could be heard faintly from inside his room. Yeah. Just hungover. Finally, he opened the door. Oh my gosh, you reek of alcohol. Are you hungover? Yeah, I haven't been here in London for a long time, so I guess I overdid a little. My head hurts and let's not talk about my stomach. Nobody came to the meeting, so I'm guessing they were also hungover. Susanna entered the room and opened the window to change the air. President wants to invite us all to dinner. You think you'll be able to go in your condition? Maybe. I'll be fine. As you can imagine, I skipped dinner and not having lunch. I should have an appetite by the evening. Remember that you have a concert at the Wembley Arena tomorrow, so don't go out after dinner. Don't worry, I'm not looking forward to another hangover. I'll go straight back to the hotel after dinner. Alright, I'm gonna have a shower now. If this were a hotel, I'd ask you to stay for coffee. How about we take a trip to the countryside after the concert? Just the two of us. I know a nice place. Just you and me. I think this might be my best vacation ever. Forgetting his hangover, David kissed Susanna goodbye and entered the bathroom. The sun went down and the neon lights of London's business district turned on. Richard invited David and his friends to have dinner at a Chinese restaurant called Mr. Chow. I think I know that place. Among the lavish furniture of the store, Clark and Vince were also eating. Of course they are. Takeda, what's up? I've been in London for a long time, but this is the first time I come here. Nice of our client to pay in advance. I think it is a good time to save it there though. Because it is like 2:30 in the morning. Yes, so I've actually saved it there. We will pick this up tomorrow, of course, same time as usual. Thank you very much for watching, everyone, hanging out, and thank you for the gift subs as well, and the bits and everything. It's much appreciated. We will finish this tomorrow. I think there's at least another 3 hours left, maybe a little bit more. So hopefully I'll catch you for the continuation and the end of this. It's brilliant, Paradox. I'll catch you tomorrow. I should be here around about 8 o'clock UK time. So I'll probably see you then. Have a good night, and I will find somebody to host for you as well. But I'll see you later. Have a good night.